Thank you. I need to adjust the camera just a hair, so that I can get all of y'all. And the library report is,
Yeah, you can share, you know.
the library report is in front of y'all. Miss Beth was off and didn't get it to me in time, so. I know it's like.
That differential.
Thank you for your help with our waiver. I saw that a meeting got scheduled and it got canceled. You can start with
Why can't you? Why can't you? You're on live stream. Everybody's watching you, so. Yeah, this is good. Okay. I ain't got time for y'all.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
That's kind of like when the senator or their job, get to say, talk to each other. I'm just choosing to ignore it. I'm so past it.
Yeah.
I know. I haven't figured it out yet. Yeah. I reserve that
Ready, I can answer questions.
I think we're safe. We're safe. Right? Every day there's two things they find. And Centerville no teams. We don't know what's going on. Davis legislative case, he comes out, spoke against that.
Hi, I'm good. How are
How's the family?
It's it.
When they do something to state, they go, preaching the tomorrow.
The sun is halfway up the pectoral. And so it's understandable. That was devastating. They all they I know, but still, it's.
Hey, good to see you.
It's funny, I was coming down Fair Road, and one of the trucks was
You can introduce yourself to him. You can introduce yourself to him.
And I looked at his license plate.
Yeah. No, but it's cool. But no, that's where he's at.
They had done something else. I was laughing. I thought, well, it's on the radar. Supposedly all the people that
And it was during their
are
festival.
at
Now, we confiscated biggies. They're big. So they turned around and he found they had carved out of ice a throne.
He texted me today. Remember about his email.
Oversized throne.
Do that?
It fit him.
Yeah.
You laugh, but no.
I don't have it this one, but they emailed me today, so I'm
That's, I don't know, it's their National Arts Museum there.
he meant to.
But yeah, it
He
fit him.
tested this thing, did a test. Of course.
No.
And I told him, I said, well, the last meeting we had.
Now, while I'm
He
there,
said, I need to figure out
I'm
what
up to
to
Lieutenant Dignity.
Is it
So
recorded
that's
already?
why it's flying.
We're on?
So I'll be there first.
Is that nice of you to let me know? For everybody listening and for our audience here, last time we had a buffering issue. We lost sound at the last council meeting. We did have IT look at it today, and we're just crossing our fingers it doesn't happen again. As far as we know, we couldn't isolate what caused it, but no, it was everybody's. We lost sound about halfway through. What happened was we took a break, and when we we took a break, for whatever reason, after so
Well, it buffered and then we figured out it's.
maybe the solution is to power through. Maybe we should just power through.
Yeah, when we take a break, just leave it running because it'll be a 10-minute break.
No,
Well, it did.
we left it running.
The
It
problem
buffered, and then it
Yes, it
lost sound.
started buffering, and then when it came back up with the picture, we didn't have sound. We checked it today and went back and looked at it, and both YouTube and Facebook both went down for it. He thought maybe it might be different. Our IT guy said he
They
thought-
both worked fine
No, neither one of them had sound. Both of them did the same thing.
today.
No,
Before.
The-
Yeah.
we went back and
today. He's saying it didn't work today?
we went
No,
back
we're
and
good.
revisited the 11th meeting that this caused. The last meeting we had, it was fine. He said the only thing he think of is it was a fluke thing on the back end that if it happens again, of course, we'll call Spectrum, but
It's Rise
It was the-
Broadband.
or whoever,
It's Rise.
that it sounded like the bandwidth or something.
Anyway, what the weird part is, it's an HDMI cable, so you should lose sound and video.
You think so?
Yeah.
I did not.
You ready for fun? You ready?
Doesn't
for
make
fun?
sense.
Fun?
And it's buffer anyway. I don't know.
It circled and circled and circled, and then it finally came back up.
Houston's gonna be sitting here. Yeah.
Hey, Phil.
He first thought it was real ugly. He said, "It is for bandwidth," and I'm like, "No, it shouldn't be. Let's be good."
Yeah, you lean in too. What are we doing?
Nipple your ear.
Pardon?
Trying to nipple your ear.
Oh, we're on live stream.
Apologies to your husband.
All right, Deborah, just let me know when you're ready.
Maybe they want to.
Okay, we're recording.
All right, we're going to bring this meeting to order at 5:31. We'll begin with a roll call.
Shana Martinez, District 1.
Bill King, District 3.
David Mers Jr. for District 4.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. First to the American flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and the Texas flag.
On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Councilman King, will you do the invocation, please?
I will. Thank you for asking. Dear Lord, thank you for looking over us. Thank you for bringing us the rain that's going to come on Thursday and Friday. Please give us insight into the proper decisions to make for our people. Please look over the citizens of our city, our state, and our nation and the world. Amen.
Amen. Hey, please be seated. All right, next is citizens' comments. If anybody would like to speak for citizens' comments, please come up. State your name and address for the record, and please keep comments to 3 minutes. Nobody? Okay. No, please come on up.
Hi. Before I start, if I can pass out something to each of you.
Please.
This is a letter that we got, you guys sent out. I didn't know if some of you were not privy to it because you weren't hit us with that change. I don't know, Mr. Lee, if you got mine.
You did not.
You did not? Are you privy to information at all up until now?
Let's come up to the,
And I have one for,
May I have a copy of that for the records?
yes.
I've seen it.
Okay. Is this the one we just sent out?
Yeah, that's
Oh, okay.
okay. My name is Valerie Youngman. My husband and I live at 218 Alvena Street here in Castroville. We also have a historic home, 512 Paris Street. We received this letter, probably sent out to about a third of Castroville residents as a guest. Judging by the attached maps, and you can see the maps, there were 2 maps. I'm just guessing about how many people might have received the letters. In your opening paragraph, Mr. Mayor, of the letter that was sent, you state the latest changes are meant to ensure that we will continue to enjoy the way of life we have experienced and have come to expect, and that the changes here that you show in the revised chart and maps will ensure our homes and neighborhoods remain consistent with how we have come to expect. I will say it was very disappointing to see your changes shown in your revised plan. They're nothing we have come to expect. First, there are 2 maps. As you know, there are 2 maps. One is the revised plan, one is the original. But if you notice in your chart, you have 3 areas on the chart: the current zoning, the original, and the revised. There is no map for the current zoning, which means before any kind of, what are y'all calling it, place type zoning? So when the people got their letters and saw the maps, the 2 maps, there's not the original map. Mr. Lee, I think you're privy to the fact that there were many times you came before council and asked to see things side by side. And we do not have that third map, which is unfortunate. First, there's two maps, as I said. The third map is missing. We can't make accurate comparisons without that. Also, in looking at the zoning chart, you see the yellow, the blue, and the gray. In the first one, you see something called one-family dwelling, and when it goes to the gray revised part, it's called traditional residential. What is that? Why did we change it? And what does traditional residential mean? I know maybe you feel like you can't answer me, I understand. Also, the lot coverage changed from a maximum of 60% now down to 40%. And why is that? Are we making room for AD? Feet. We don't have a reasoning for that. All we start with allowed buildings. This is very important. Currently, the detached dwellings, you can only have that with a very difficult to obtain variance. Usually that goes through your stringent rules. You pay a large fee. You have to submit photos, elevations, you have to submit a hardship. The revised building plan here, the revised building, you have called it detached dwellings, plural, accessory dwelling unit, and then you put an asterisk next to it. And you can get that through a special use permit.
If I can ask you to please wrap this up, we're past the 3 minutes.
I'm very sad that you don't want to hear the rest of what I have to say.
I would encourage you, we have covered a lot of these items, and I'm sorry that it was a little bit confusing, but I would encourage you to reach out to city staff to get those clarified, because the intent remains the same, and they can walk you through some of those items. So your concerns are absolutely valid, but we've addressed pretty much everything that you've addressed in there, and that is not on the agenda for right now. So,
well, I'm just here for citizens' comments, and just for the record, I'll be at the P&Z meeting, and that's a hearing, so I can finish all my thoughts there and get some feedback as well. Thank you.
All right. Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? No? Okay. I'm going to switch this up just a little bit. Please bear with me. I'm going to move item 7 in front of item 6. So this is discuss and take appropriate action to accept the resignation of District 2 Councilman Paul Carey. Councilman Carey had submitted his resignation dealing with some family issues, and I think that we need to respect him in that. Do I have a motion to accept the resignation?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. I think that we will take some time in a future meeting to really express our appreciation for his many years of service in serving the city. Next item is discuss and take appropriate action to appoint a person to the unexpired term of Councilman Paul Carey of District 2. Do I have a motion to approve a person for the unexpired term?
I make a motion to appoint Houston Marchman to the unexpired term of Councilman Paul Carey's in District 2.
Great, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. As a part of this, can we do the swearing in with this? I know that it wasn't a separate item, but we can do that on here?
Mhm.
Okay, great.
We did it last time.
Houston, if you can come up, please. We'll go right over here. Okay. There. Take a picture.
You're welcome.
Wait, we didn't vote on
They're confused up there on what board you're on.
We're going to come over here. Can we do this in front? Where did you want to come over here? All right.
Good.
If you can raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Yeah, cool.
I, Houston Boy Marchman,
I, Houston Boy Marchman,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of City Council District 2
that I will faithfully execute the duties of City Council
for the City of Castroville of the State of Texas,
for the City of Castroville for the State of Texas,
and will to the best of my abilities
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the constitutions and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and
and of this state.
so help me God.
So help me God.
You can sign right there. Okay. What's happening here? Okay. Too many things. All right. How about that? Like that?
Yes, like that.
Oh, one more. And
Now you gotta do the signing.
you okay?
You gotta do this one now.
Now she'll take care of the rest.
Okay.
No, he's up here.
Where'd that come from?
You left it in my spot.
I left it in your. I didn't leave it. Interesting.
You got a name tag, you got a real name. Or people up here where I get this name are confused on what board you're on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now the fun begins.
Congratulations. No, it's the worst one because that's what.
Well, that's good. You look-
All right. We are going to pull, for the consent agenda, I'm going to pull item C because I did want to have some discussion on that one. So on the consent agenda, we have minutes for February 25th, 2025, regular called meeting. I guess we need to pull that one off too. I had sent some modifications that I'm recommending for that one, so we can talk about that. So on the consent agenda, on the actual consent agenda, we have minutes for March 11th, 2025, regular call meeting. Approve the appointments of City Administrator Scott Dixon as Director and Public Works Director John Gomez as alternate director to serve on the Medina County Regional Water Alliance Board for the City of Castroville. We have approved the request for proposals for solid waste services criteria to authorize staff to proceed with advertisement and to adopt a resolution approving the purchase of acquisition of property by Medina Central Appraisal District. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Do
So moved.
I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Did anybody, I guess Houston, you would not have, but you weren't at the one, anybody that was at the February 25th meeting, did you get the email that I sent out earlier today? Okay, I tell you what we'll do. Let's just make that modification. We'll bring that back for approval on those minutes on the next one. I had a couple of modifications to include with that, so we'll look at that on the next one. And the other was approve, as a separate item, approve the purchase of a date flow system TAC 2 SCADA, including installation, a hub at the Public Works location, and the associated electrical requirements. So, John?
Yes, I'll take any questions that you all might have.
Could you just give, there were a couple of people that had questions about exactly what the SCADA is.
Supervisory control, data acquisition. Man, help me. Yeah.
Really close.
Yeah, essentially it allows for
Yeah.
remote reporting and control of some of the city systems. So we're talking about the lift stations, the well sites, the various components of the wastewater treatment plant.
All right. Can we go just a little bit more detail? So what do we have currently? What are we looking at replacing?
We've been having issues with our current system right now that we use. The ones that we put in were in 2013, I believe. The last update to our system was 2013, and right now we've looked to data flow to help us with this, or helping us with this SCADA system, which is very important to our operations. It helps us when we're not here to maintain or visually see what's happening in our pumps or wells, like you mentioned. Anytime that we're not here in the buildings or being at work, we can see them from our homes or on the road, whatever. However you needed to see them, make sure that things are operating. It'll give you warnings. It'll give you what flow levels are happening, anything that we try to put into the system. We've looked at others around the area, but we noticed that others in the, like Pleasanton, Floresville, and some other in the south region, Petite, are using this data flow system. It's one of these where any kind of components that go down, you'll remove one of the, I might not be explaining it right, but you'll move, or a circuit goes down or a sensor goes down, you can remove the whole module and be able to replace the module instead of having to have to call somebody come out and troubleshoot it. So that part is something that we can do ourselves. Whereas in the past, we'd have to call somebody to come in, and sometimes it take hours for them to come in from Houston or from wherever they're at. Right now, we use, I don't want to say everybody's name, but a system out of Houston and others that are here in San Antonio, but still would take hours or not have the parts to operate correctly, and it would set us back to where we have to monitor it manually, or sometimes even have a person on site or location all the time. So this system now will help us to where we can go out there and troubleshoot ourselves, remove that module, replace another one. We do have to have one on standby, or if we're one of the surrounding cities, if we don't have one of the surrounding cities, we could call them, say, hey, do y'all have an extra one? Remove or borrow one from them, plug one in on our system, and repay them at another time. So it's a system that's, I guess, not bulletproof, of course, like anybody else, but it's something that we think might help us.
Okay.
I'm sorry, as part of this, so this was on the CIP, correct?
Yes. it was on
And
CIP.
this was one of the projects that we identified in 2020, late 21 or 22?
22.
Yeah. So again, it was an item that your staff identified as a high priority fix that we needed for not only for the existing systems that are failing, where we have people coming in from, my understanding is that one of the representatives is I think you stated 4 hours away or more. They've come in and it seems like their primary concern is getting back home, not fixing our issues. And they've, on more than one occasion, shown up to fix the issue, left, and the problem still wasn't resolved. Isn't that
That's
true?
correct. Right.
So this has been an ongoing issue since 2022. You and your staff have reviewed various our SCADA system providers. You've talked to surrounding cities. You've asked numerous, other directors, water, sewer, et cetera, and ultimately Data Flow Systems you feel like is the best fit for the city. Is that an accurate statement?
That's an accurate statement.
Okay, so the other question I had was just on cost and as far as what we estimated we were going to pay and where we're at with the CIP. These are funds that were identified as part of our bond issuance. The money is available and unspent, and the quote falls within the range of the amount that we had estimated in the CIP. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay. There's one other just point of clarity related to this item. There's a reason we put it on the consent, and that's because we had talked to you all about the items that had already been discussed, approved, and funded through the CIP that as a council body, you didn't want to belabor those issues and speed up the approval process. So that's why this originally started out as as a consent item. Gosh, there was one other point I was going to make about SCADA, but
Well, let me just make sure that,
I'm sorry. The one last thing was
Mhm.
this isn't simply repairing some of the other issues, but there is, my recollection is there was SCADA systems that are not in place where we need them to be in place, right?
That's
There's
correct.
several lift stations that don't have them that we really need.
Yeah, they don't have them at all.
Right. So that was part of, so part of this project was not just, well, we need to get rid of what's not working, but to bring it where it was missing. And that's actually where the genesis of this project started, was extending SCADA to the areas where we don't have it, where we don't have that command and control. Most recently, in talking to JJ, he's told me, and I wasn't aware of this until I started following up on some of the questions for this item, that there have been alarms or issues within our system. Those reports we should be getting, the whole idea is that you get a text or an email immediately, but the email transitions to a text and you get this text. Those alerts are taking 24 to 48 hours to get through. And the tech that was supposed to get this fixed hasn't fixed it. So it is an ongoing concern, and it's of a bigger concern than even I realized, because that could become a major issue for anybody. Like that could be a health or safety issue if we have those level of problems that aren't getting addressed. So, sorry, go ahead.
it's all right. So I've worked with SCADA systems for many, many years, and I just wanted to see, I know that Houston, you had some questions. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts on this? Yes, please.
Probably why it was pulled off the consent agenda is because of my questions.
No, mine as well.
I'm a question asker. I like research, to know that we considered everything. And when I read the package for this particular company, it alarmed me that, one, they're completely proprietary. They make their own stuff. They could be bought out and go out of business anytime. And as he mentioned, I was here when we started replacing the SCADA system. Previously, that was the one we have now. And of course, the sales package on that to the city was the same kind of a sales approach we're getting right now. Unsupportable, they don't come out, blah, blah, blah. And it was supposed to solve our problems forever. Anyway, so you really never really know. But with two new of us on council here, I wanted to make sure that we looked at the options. I have friends in the public work business. One, some of you may know, Mr. Foose, who was here for 6 years, did a little bit of public works then, went to Hondo, became the public works director over there for about 5.5 years, went to Cibolo, was executive public works director over there for about another 6.5 or 7 years and retired. I call him and have for many years on issues that he is an expert on. And I asked what they used, and he gave me the name of Hireholtz Engineering, which is just on the other side of San Antonio. And they use basically common Schneider Electric, who's nationwide, bought out a company that did SCADA systems out of Canada, and they now provide these SCADA Pack 470s and 474s for everybody. But, they've got lift stations, they've got elevated tanks, they've got water stuff, they've got sewer. And he gave me the name of other towns in the area that use it, which would be Schertz, Seguin, Cibolo, East Central, Green Valley, Canyon Lake Water, and some others. So I said, it's got a good reputation down here. It's well supported, and it has off-the-shelf parts, and they do the same kind of remote servicing that the people in Florida talk about. And so they will obviously respond on site. You might have to pay the driving fee, but we're not unfamiliar with that. So my only question that I relate to Mr. Dixon, Mr. Gomez, is had we considered that company to see how it stacked up against this one, to see if there was any pluses or minus. And so my request is going to be, since the city's not going to fall apart in the next month, if we could go ahead and take a look at that to see if it was to any advantage to us. And if it was, and if it was, then might consider that one in lieu of this. But if not, we've done due diligence and we'll go the other one.
So confirmation on his question was this other system looked at?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for that we do have two representatives from DFS, and they can at least right now address how they compare to that other system, and maybe list out the cities that have utilized their system for how long, because I know they also have a number of cities in this area, in this region, and some of those cities they've had for 20 plus years. So that speaks to their reliability as well. I mean, I don't know Mr. Foose. I've never met him.
So that was addressed. You had other questions or concerns, or was that the
On
one?
that, no, I think I stated them.
Okay.
The fact that it was a proprietary system, you can't guarantee how long they'll be there, maybe forever. They all live in Florida, and they do basically over the internet, over the phone, work with you. And like all of them, they're replaceable modules. I have become gun shy to proprietary systems, okay, because they're just, whatever world you're in, they go out of business, or they won't support it, or we can't get those parts anymore, and you're stuck. And so Schneider is a nationwide company, and I'm not worried about them going out of business. And I like to have a local support when we need it. And with those size cities, they don't do San Antonio's, they do, Cibolo got 35,000 people, Seguina. So I said to myself, it's worth us looking at to see if that would be of any advantage to us advice going with a proprietary system in Florida. So
Right.
my request would be that we, table it until we get that information. And then I'm happy with whatever answer we come up with.
So, and Scott, the reason that I wanted to pull this off, honestly, I know that Councilman Lee had some questions on this. So I have pretty extensive experience in SCADA. I've run it on much more complex systems than this. I've put it out to RFP, and one of the things that we have always looked at is when he talks about a proprietary is just, you have all kinds of programs that you use on a regular basis, whether it's an email software or a browser software. There's all kinds of things. There's a place for these compiled programs, but there's a lot of SCADA systems that will use other types of languages that are not compiled, that are open. They're kind of, it's not open source, but they are using just traditional language, Tritium-based systems we found to be very, very robust. They had the same ability to, and anybody that could program in that software could be able to update it. So it's more of a means of putting it together. It's more of the way that it's programmed, the interfaces that are put into it versus one program that you're looking at, like one versus the other versus the other. And that if they go out of business, that software is not, the language is not going to go out of business because it's an industry standard language. And so there's always questions about things like that. Again, there are places for compiled languages, but what I haven't seen in this is, I know that it was on the CIP, but as policymakers, one of the things that we need to understand is even the things that are on the CIP, what are we trying to avoid? What are we trying to accomplish? We didn't see a list of what are the things that we're missing currently. Where are these not meeting those? Is it service? Is it functionality? And then we haven't seen all of the details on what systems, like functionally, how are we going to see this as a difference? One of the things as policymakers, we have people that are asking us questions, especially when pretty much anytime we spend money, if it's not within a standard, vehicles are a little bit more standard. We have worked on standardizing that. With a system like this, we need to understand a lot better, how do we not run into this in another 10 years? How do we not burden future councils, future citizens with things like this, to understand where that decision process has come through? And so for us to approve something like that, I feel like we just need more strategic analysis and understanding how that examination process went.
Thank you. You were talking software proprietary. I'm talking hardware. They make their own hardware. And that's what they say in here is this is specific to our company. And that's the part that concerned me. I mean, the SCADA stuff's not that difficult. You got a transmitter that communicates, you've got sensors, and you've got a package that goes through to put it all together and give you the alarms you want. I mean,
it's a combination of software and
sure.
hardware.
Well, yeah, I understand that.
Right. So the hardware, any hardware that you get should use open protocols. And so any software should be able to leverage that hardware.
But if the hardware isn't available anymore, what are you going to do?
Use a different kind of hardware. And you run into that no matter whose hardware you use.
Well,
and I agree with you with somebody like Schneider providing that kind. It's a huge company.
Well, and Schneider's really good. When I was a facility manager for Air Force Hospital, all the Air Force Hospital uses Schneider. That way, everybody was on the same page, everything was across the board
For sure.
and.
It's one of those
It's-
companies, Schneider, Eaton, these are huge
Yes.
companies.
And it
Multinational.
covered everything from wastewater to our cooling towers to our alarm systems. That way, as soon as something went off, our beeper, back then it was pagers, our pagers would go off and we'd know, yeah, I know I'm dating myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'd like to see the comparison because I'm like Bob. I don't like the get locked in a channel of proprietary stuff. And I'm over near from Melbourne, Florida. They're way away. Houston's closer than Florida. So, I mean, I'd like to see a comparison before we lock in on something, especially
Yep.
with this pot of money.
Well, we can definitely do that, but you'll also see a comparison in cost. Because I know how host halls are. I've used them before.
So
But
what
you'll-
I'm
you'll
looking
see a
for is
comparison.
more of what are the standards that you use to compare the different companies? So what are the functional differences? What are the risks in it?
Yeah.
And so we haven't heard any of that from again, this is a strategic level policy decision. We should believe that if we agree on your
Well,
standards.
we explained a lot of that in our previous meetings on our CIP projects. When the projects came up, all of those were listed as to why we were talking about what we're talking about.
But-
Those were when they were.
We haven't talked CIP in person.
But this is a very specific
No, he
system.
just asked the question. I just said
Right.
that's when they're.
But we have not once gone through this level of detail to understand what the risks are. I think that the one question that I would ask is, do you believe that we've been given enough information to be sure that we're not going to run into the same problem 10 years from now that we're running into now? If this was put out, if we bought this in 2013 and now we're
I don't
rebuying
think
it,
anybody can.
what's that?
I don't think anybody can for 10 years from now. No.
Whether any company you look at.
Yeah.
Can I summarize the questions? Because it sounds like y'all do want to bring this back. If you're going to put it to vote, then I mean, you can put it to vote and see if it dies for lack of support. But assuming that's the case, these are the items I've written down. How do we avoid the same pitfall in 10 years? Like what assessment do we make of the companies we have now? Why are they failing? Where are they failing? And how do we ensure that no matter what company we pick, that we don't have the same issues? And what are we doing to mitigate that? What additional functionality will we have? So what is this SCADA actually offering to the city? What are we changing? What will change because we have it? You want a comparison to Snyder? I'm spelling that SNYDER.
I think that
Oh, so
I would take that back a step,
Snyder?
Scott.
Yeah.
What I'd like to see is the decision matrix that was used to determine which company to use.
Okay.
And so I would expect that you would be looking out, one of the things, if we talk about the things that you've just spoken about, that we should have as defined elements, what is our service response time? What is our guaranteed service response time? What is what are any penalties that are charged against the company if they don't meet the SLAs? What are the risks in this? Are there hardware risks? Are there software risks? What are the things that are completely proprietary, which are interoperable with other systems? And so looking at both the software and the hardware from that standpoint, I'd like to see what that decision matrix looks like.
Okay.
Anytime you go out for an RFP for something like this, you should have some kind of defining matrix, and that's what I'd like to see.
And question, and I understand what you're saying, but Schneider though, because that's one that's Bob brought up. But this matrix, we want to see at least those two firms. Is that what you're asking?
So that would be a
Those
third
two, and
dimension
that's
of this?
Yeah.
The dimensions that I think that we need to see are the hardware system, the software system, and the interrelation, making sure that we understand which companies are on the bid list, the investigation list, which ones are under consideration, and how they rank in terms of each one of those different items.
One last thing. I really didn't want to turn this into a 30-minute question, but Snyder is a company that sells components. They're not the installer. And so you're probably aware of that. So we're not really comparing Snyder Electric as a provider of the service. but a component company that's been in business for some time.
Our engineering.
The service to me is the software service and the maintenance of that system.
Okay, well, and that would be, in this case, I mentioned Harold's, subdivision in Marion, I live inside of San Antonio. But, you know, the transmitters, the antennas, all that stuff, it's gonna probably be the exact same. You're gonna end up changing the components that do the sensing and that deal with that, and then send the data back to the hub, which you obviously have to have equipment there that matches in order to digest that and give you what you want. So it may be that possibly a lot of the equipment we already have in place, as far as the two-way communications, could still be used and not have to be replaced.
Yeah. And that would be, I guess, another dimension of this is what has to be replaced? What can we keep with each one of the different systems?
Right.
Sorry, Mr. Gomez.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Everybody good with that?
Yep. Only 21 minutes.
All right. Next item is the city administrator report. Scott, did you want to highlight anything before questions?
Yes, if that's all right. If y'all have a minute, I'll talk through a couple of these.
Thanks.
And just give, the intent is just give you an update on where we are on some of these. Oh, that's what it did. One second. Sorry, I lost my place. I had it up. Here we are. On gas operations, we were just kind of an update as of the writing of this report. Actually, we have hired our gas operator who I met, and now I'm trying to remember his name again. Javier? Is it Javier? Yeah. Anyway, impressive young man. Lot of history with West Texas Gas, and he is going to be jumping in with both feet into the deep end of the Castroville gas utility pond, where we're trying to get everything lined up as quickly as we can. So very, very glad that he's on board and able to help our staff right the ship and move us forward. We will probably be delivering, I would expect at the second meeting in April, an updated, maybe sooner, but I don't know. We got to have stuff ready by this Friday. So I'm trying to give this new guy a little bit of time. So I'm thinking probably the second meeting in April, we'll probably come with some budget requests. These are all related to some of the things we knew we were going to have to take on, but we've been putting off, frankly, until we could get somebody that was going to operate the system like in a supervisory role for the city, so they could more or less help us decide, okay, is it this sniffer, this gas leak detector, or is it this one? You know, what give them some preferential choices to guide us on buying tools and equipment. Smart. And bench talk and that kind of stuff. So that'll probably come back at the second meeting in April.
Can we have it on the first meeting if at all possible? Because I'm not here the second one.
I just don't think it's going to be possible.
Okay.
The guy just started. I want to give him. We'll try.
Okay.
But just to remind y'all, the pace that we're on right now, I'm requiring staff to deliver things and have things in the agenda software by this Friday.
Okay.
So the week of a council meeting is when they have to have it in, and that's why generally, like when y'all bring things up in a meeting, we're not going to be able to talk about it at the next meeting. I mean, sometimes we'll do our best, but usually it's going to be the meeting after that.
Okay.
The community center project, if you haven't seen, we've broken ground. I'm very, very relieved to see that happening. We will be submitting our revised budget to the USDA and submit our first reimbursements, or at least our first. The way that this grant works, there is a city match portion. It's about $460,000. The city is required to spend that money before it gets any of the congressional appropriation. So we will start, but we still have to submit them these forms. Basically, it's almost like the same form we'd submit for reimbursement. But in this case, we're acknowledging the money that we spent. They have to check it off, compare it to the budget, and away we go. So we're in that process right now, and that'll probably be by the end of this week. We'll be able to get the financial paperwork all submitted and really be locking arms with USDA to move this project forward. So very, very excited about that. The wastewater treatment pond dams and ponds. So where that sits, we did meet with K-Freeze and looked at a couple of watering options for watering the park. This is, right now, we're watering the park utilizing some filters and the water that's in the west pond. And the goal is to be able to water it directly from our plant, from the treated effluent from our plant. That water, it's kind of hard to believe, that water is actually cleaner than what comes out of the pond. And it's cleaner in two ways. It's literally cleaner from biosolids and that kind of thing, but it's also cleaner, like you look at it and put it in a cup and it's clear, versus the pond water, which is not, and it's got debris and other things in it. So we're looking at different options there. None of them are cheap, just to warn you. When we get into our CIP discussion about, how much do we value the ability to water that grass, there's going to be a dollar value attached to that. And at my best guess, we're looking at $250,000 to reuse our reuse water. But again, we're trying to get that done as cheaply as possible.
Question. Is it possible for us to take the river water into the park?
I believe
Riparian rights.
We don't-
that is for personal use only. You can't use it for commercial use.
Yeah, the city doesn't have the same riparian rights as individuals. I know that much, but that's about, I'd be lying if I said I'd be more than that. Regional park irrigation, so those two are wrapped up because we really wanted to get an answer on one to be able to educate that group at the same time. So I'll be working with Phil again. I don't think we'll be having the public meeting this week. That was one of the goals, is maybe the week of the 25th, but I certainly want to try and have it next week. So I'd need to get with Phil as soon as possible, Councilman King, and then we'll start advertising that meeting. Now this will be kind of advertised as a public presentation with a possible quorum of the council. And the intent really is the two focus groups are the Friends of Regional Park and the Parks Board, but obviously it'll be a public meeting. So anybody who wants to come and hear about that will be more than welcome. But we'll try to get that done again, get the planning for it this week done and announced and advertised for next week. UDO progress, you all are well aware of that. The letters went out, expect calls, much like kind of the concerns we heard tonight. We're expecting those, and we'll be handling those as they come forward. Budget workshops, under future agendas, we'll talk about calendaring. In the finance report, one of the things that was added was a budget calendar. If you look closely, it looks very different than prior years, and that's kind of on purpose. One of the things that I think we're going to do differently this year is have each department present their budget, and they will talk about it in terms of service level adjustments, both if we decided to cut for a policy decision, if you want to try and cut out of the department, what that would look like, or if you decide you want to dedicate more resources to that department, what that would look like. So I'm kind of excited to see how that's going to unfold, but we're going to need to coordinate with you all on the timing of those workshops and when you're available. I'll talk about that. The audio video, we did get another firm come out and look at our audio video. They're working up a quote, and when that's available, I will present that to you. I've reached out to 3. I've only received responses from 2. One of them you've already received. That was San Antonio Power and Light, and this other group, I can't remember the name of them, but they've done a lot of cities and counties and that kind of thing.
His name's Kermit. I just can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. The guy's name is Kermit. I know that much.
It's not like Kermit.
Because that's not forgettable. But and that's it. I think Athens area drainage project, that should be commencing very, very soon. We do have the final report. It's a matter of scheduling the meeting with the folks. And I don't know, Ricky, we don't have that on the calendar yet, right? Yeah, so we'll get that on the calendar and have that meeting, and then that's really what I'm waiting on. I want to make sure that we have the understanding and blessing of the folks that live right next to where this project is. And then that will kick off. Any questions about those items?
When the department heads meet with us to discuss the budget and everything, will they also be giving us their top priority for projects suggestions for CIP, or are we going to get that separate?
That's a great question. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to talk. We're going to have to work together as a council and determine whether we want to try and do the CIP and the budget at the same time. I don't usually do that, but I also had hoped to do the CIP in the fall. We didn't really do that.
Yeah.
And we did talk about how much money was available. But I think
We need to see it.
I think that would be a good idea. Yeah. But I also want to make sure you're getting
Oh, yeah.
good information.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
we don't want to have a wish list necessarily, right?
No.
We don't want it to turn into that.
Rack and stack.
Right.
Let's.
Right. So yeah.
I think it would be prudent at least to do the upcoming year during this one, and maybe it's a scheduled for the fall.
But we were supposed to have that this past fall. We
I know.
didn't have it. So I don't want it to fall off the card again.
Okay. Just so the record reflects, Houston Marchman stepped out for a moment, and we'll announce when he comes back. Okay.
Any other questions about my report? Yes,
I
David.
had one question. The planning and zoning hearing on April 9th, is that is that for the whole UDO or is that specifically for the changes in the proposed zoning map?
It's always for the whole UDO.
Okay.
Until the UDO gets it, I mean, it's really always for the whole UDO. Until that UDO gets adopted, anything is fair game.
I do have one.
Councilor Lee?
Brianna sent out something last week that she asked us to review. And there were some UDO things, and some had to do with historic preservation. And one was declaring everything 50 years old or older historic, and basically saying, as I understood it, everything within the historic overlay basically would be considered as historic. And I was scratching my head over that, and wanted to know if some of those concerns or questions about those changes, because I didn't see them in the UDO that we had been looking at. If that's something we work on before there's another public hearing, or bring up the public hearing, because I'm one of these guys that has 50 pages with bent over tabs with questions, and I just want to make sure that the questions that I have get addressed at the right place.
Right. I think that, let the record reflect that Houston is back.
Sorry.
No problem. It's all right. So yeah, I think that we need to talk through all of these things and have an actual open discussion about them. So I think that would be it. You're talking about the recommendations from the HPL during the HLC meeting. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know exactly where everything came from. I haven't digested everything she sent out. I just scanned through it immediately because she was looking for inputs, by the end of the week, she was gone. But I've spoken to Mr. Dixon, and I have a number of questions, and he feels a lot of that had been addressed, but I was not aware of it. So I just, as representative of one of the larger historic areas in town, I would like to make sure that I'm fully able to answer any of my constituents' questions on it.
Yeah, I think that
I know you're my constituent, but I figure you probably know.
yeah, I think that we need to take a look at that. Let's just make sure that we have some time to review that.
Talk about it offline.
Yeah. We can talk about it offline. I think it's good to talk about those things in open session as well, just to walk through these things so that people can have the records and go back and see what we're looking at. So, okay. Cool. Does that work? Can we make sure that's on?
We'll just have to talk about what we're going to do as far as the agenda for the next possible agenda, April the 8th, I believe.
Yep.
And if you just want to have it like as a discussion item and have a list of the concerns that Councilman Lee has raised, then y'all can tackle those one at a time.
Okay.
I got one other question regarding the USDA hangar project. I saw, and I know we're not there yet, but as it flagged as an oversight of grant funds in our audit, I thought we had fixed that before because it was reported last year on the audit. I thought of us not tracking our grant money very well.
Well, with respect to the USDA and this particular grant, the
Mhm.
grant was not closed out. The project had not been closed out. We just now, and that's what I updated you all on.
Okay.
We just now finally got that closed out. with
Okay,
the
so
USDA.
what we're gonna get briefed on are the audit guys. I shouldn't worry about? Because in their,
Well, I'm not going to tell you what to worry about, but the USDA loan is closed. So we've
Okay.
got the loan done.
right,
The grant funds we are not going to receive as part of that project, but I'm working with the congressman's office to get those reappropriated for a different project at the airport.
okay,
And that's just where that sits right now with the USDA.
okay.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Scott. The next, we have a presentation on tourism-friendly designation by the state of Texas. This we have Darren Ham.
Thank you. In 2024, the city of Castroville set out to be recognized as tourism friendly by the state of Texas with the certification through Travel Texas. This was a 6-month process that had us providing details, documents, and information about our history, economic development, and cultural pride. Texas Travel Director Tim Finnell had this to say about Castroville. Castroville's recognition as a tourism-friendly Texas community is a testament to its cultural legacy and enduring hospitality. Known for its Alsatian roots and beautifully preserved historic sites, Castroville invites travelers to step back in time while enjoying the warmth of a modern-day Texas town. We're delighted to honor Castroville's contribution to our state's tourism landscape. And what I love about what Tim had to say is that he gets it, and the state of Texas gets it, that all that the city has set out to accomplish for many years, all that we've been tasked with by the mayor and city council to support what has historically been done to protect our history as we manage the pressures of growth. To me, this award acknowledges what Castroville has accomplished with various groups and businesses, citizens and civic leaders, that what everyone has done. And so I also would like to share what Senator Pete Flores had to say about Castroville. He said that this recognition is a testament to the hard work, dedication, and community spirit of Castroville's residents, leaders, and businesses that have come together to make their town a welcoming and vibrant destination for visitors. Castroville's rich history, beautiful landscape, and unique cultural offering are truly a gem in our state. And this certification will no doubt help bring even more attention to the beauty and charm of this exceptional community. This is the recognition that, to me, is the best way to protect Castroville and the best way for us to continue to be the little Alsace of Texas. And so as a part of this presentation, I'd like to get the council together, get a picture of you with the certificate. And I'd also, if you don't mind, like to get a photo. We also were acknowledged as film friendly in Texas last year as well. So if I could get a photo of everybody. And I also gave you guys a document that I put on your before your desk before this meeting today. And so just to give you some information as what we've tried to accomplish over the past 3 years working with city leaders in the community. So,
A couple of things.
yes, sir.
First, normally, like if I ask for a letter of reference or something like that from a state official, it's one of those dirty little secrets. You write it and you say, here, I've already written it, and you give it to their staff. But I quizzed you, Darren, because I also liked what Pete had to say, and our Senator Flores would say what he had to say. And you said you did not write any piece of that. Is that true?
No, I did not write. I mean, and then he asked me if I didn't use Chat GPT. And I said, actually, no. I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning and I just had this, this is a proud community that should be proud. It's proud of its heritage. It's proud of the investment that all the people who live here have put into it for years. And so what we're trying to do is protect it and make sure that it stays protected. And so I feel like that acknowledgement and what the state had to say about it is right on point. It's what everybody agrees we should be doing.
So you need a picture taker, and then is it at the next meeting or the meeting after that we'll talk about kind of future plans and how we're going to continue to execute on the downtown plan?
Yes, we're working on getting on to discuss more, but hopefully the information that I provided you is a good starting point to let you know what we've been doing over these past 3 years. Hopefully just trying to make sure you have plenty of information.
Okay.
I can take
You're
it.
gonna be in it.
What are we doing?
Take it.
Photo.
Everybody, get
Do we want to just hold it up?
in. If you will hold that up, in my picture, that everybody's nice and tight in there.
Like you like each other.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Scooting, scooting girl.
Can you see everybody? Smile.
Are you getting it? You want? On your way? No, not really. All right, and then the other one.
One more.
Been friendly. Yeah.
Seconds or two.
We sit. So they say in French.
Riesling.
And this is our acknowledgement meeting.
Thank you.
All right. We'll get this friend
The accolades keep piling up, Darren. We appreciate your efforts.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next item is presentation by Pavement Restoration, Inc. on alternatives for pavement preservation.
I just want to introduce this topic real quick. So we do have a representative here with this evening to kind of speak to the presentation he's prepared, and I'll pull it up on the screen so we can watch it together. But while he's doing that, we've had a couple of different presentations since when Devin Frederickson was in charge of streets, and now, and we're still trying to wrap our arms around the expectations and the processes that the city council would like to see for when it comes to street maintenance. And so we kick tires on different things. One of them you saw us just put kind of a fog seal down on a portion of some of the downtown streets. And that was really kind of a test just to see. We know it's only going to last 3 years or so, but it'll make it look better. Maybe not that. I don't know if but it'll make it look better and hopefully help preserve some of that pavement a little bit longer than we have otherwise. So this is a slightly different approach, and let me pull it up.
They have problems with printing.
Pardon?
Thank you.
Oh,
Is this the same?
can I not? Oh, I guess I'll have to go more. The presentation?
Well, that's what the hospital study. I was-
Okay. Is it different
No,
presentation?
no,
It's just something
yeah.
separate. Okay, good. All right. Sounds scared.
Thank you.
It just has a hospital study that we. You want it on a flash drive?
No, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right here. The shared office.
It helps if I use the correct thing. All right. There we are.
Yeah, I'll just give you a quick overview of what we do. We're Pavement Restoration Inc. I'm Ron Becker. I'm the South Texas representative for that. And I've been working with Ricky, we've talked with Scott about rejuvenating some of the roads you have. What we do is we add value to the asphalt road system. You pay for the roads that are in there. What we do is we rejuvenate them with the maltine replacement therapy. So what it does, it just rejuvenates the asphalt that's already on the ground. You're not adding stuff to it. It's not a surface sealer. Takeaways on this would, we're 100% turnkey. We have flagmen, we have the trucks. We do GIS mapping ahead of time. And we'll do testing pre and post application for you guys. We'll do core samples so you can see that the product works. And we do send it out to independent lab for
It's going
lab
haywire
testing on
again.
that. We're all about preventive maintenance. You know, if we are the right treatment, treating it with Reclamite. We can catch the right road, which is really any asphalt road, but at the same time, we have to catch it at the right time. If the road conditions 70, 75% PCI or higher, we can hold it like that for another 5 to 7 years. That's what this product does. It doesn't change the color. It doesn't add anything to it. It rejuvenates what's there, and it penetrates down about an inch, unlike surface sealers, which cover the asphalt. Ours actually penetrates. Some of our local customers, Bear County, Cedar Park, we do quite a bit up in Fair Oaks Ranch, Guadalupe County. We got a big project coming up. We started some interesting things with San Antonio this last year, and Travis County we're pretty big on, and that's what the study is here. That was done by Don Ward, who's our PE, but at the time he was the PE up in Travis County. So it was just a study. He had done a 15-year study. How we can help. I have some pictures of 2-year newer developments, and I have the GIS street map that I had done, and I had given it to Ricky there. And you can see on the roads there, they're less than 5 years old. I mean, they shouldn't be having tar snakes and separation like that at this point. But the asphalt, asphalts are drier today than they have been in the past. So what we could do is come in and rejuvenate those, and we can get it back to the way it should be. And hold it, get you guys another 5 to 7 years out of that. We just want to preserve what's in the ground. Asphalt, this, as you know, I mean, it's a balance. You have the maltines, and then you have the asphaltene ratio. The maltines is what gives asphalt the plasticity, the flexibility, as it were. The asphaltenes, that's the hard part of the asphalt. That never goes anywhere. That always kind of remains there. But the asphaltene, or the maltines are what dissipate. And that's what causes cracking in your roads. And that's what we replace. So we're getting that oil ratio back. We're getting the viscosity down. And we're just getting rid of the hardness. It'll seal up a lot of the cracks and allow you to do your maintenance as you're doing it now. But the road it's been rejuvenated. What we're trying to do is just get the proper balance between the 5 components of your asphalt. Because the liquid portion of asphalt, it's only 6%, so it's 94%, rock and sand. So that 6% is what makes asphalt what it is. So we're getting that flexibility and the ductility back to the top portion of your asphalt on brittle pavement. Our product, the Reclamite, it works with hot mix, chip seals, slurries, micros, fogs. It'll work with all of that. The problem is if you go down a lot of the surface sealers that they have out today with the polymer mix, they're so good at what they do that we can't apply Reclamite to them sometimes for 3-4 years. So if you're getting reflective cracking, which does happen, a lot of times it's too we just can't penetrate through it, so you have to kind of wait it out. So we're not adding anything, a surface sealer. We're just treating exactly the asphalt. What we're putting back in is what was originally in the asphalt. And like I said, our seal's in depth. It's not just a surface treatment. You're adding nothing to the surface. When it's applied, it penetrates and it goes into the asphalt. 2 months later, we'll pull a core sample and I'll bring it back and I'll present the lab report and I'll give you the core sample. You see that what we say it does, it actually truly does do. So it does go down into depth. And this is, at this point, we're at $1.60 a square yard, and that's turnkey. It's a very inexpensive process for the value that a city like Castroville can benefit from. And what we're trying to do, we just want to catch the streets before they fail. Asphalt fails far too quickly nowadays. So if we can catch it, like I was saying, 65, 70 or higher, we can hold it there. We can push that curve out another 5, 7 years. We're part of the maintenance plan. Fair Oaks Ranch will be up there on Thursday because they have streets we've treated, and we're going to go back and retreat them. This is 10 years later. It's the same asphalt. It looks the same.
I'm sorry, can you speak, come up?
Oh, am I too far away? I'm sorry. I was just trying to keep pace with that.
No worries.
I'm gonna pause it real quick.
Sir, if you just put your mic a little closer, probably.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Technical difficulties for a moment.
See, like.
Yeah, I think there's only a couple more slides anyway.
Yeah.
I think you might be able to continue to talk through it. Do you need the?
Yeah, no, we don't. I mean, like I said, we're 100% turnkey. We provide the trucks. All I really need from Castroville would be access to some sand and some water. This product, it dries well within an hour. Typically, a half an hour, it's able to be driven on, and we do all the markings. It doesn't cover up any markings. It's a pretty unique product. I just wanted to kind of give you a quick overview of what it does do. And it's been around for about 50 years. It was originally done through the Army Corps of Engineers. So it's a valid product, and we're the licensed applicator for the state of Texas for the reclamation.
Yes, please.
This looks very much like the stuff you see advertised on TV to restore your asphalt roof. It's the same kind of thing. It talks about exactly what you're talking about. Puts things in, softens it up, makes it usable for a length of time.
It's a similar process, but they're not using the same. I mean, the asphalt is the same. I mean, asphalt's the bottom of the barrel as far as petroleum products go. It just that asphalt that's on shingles is so dry to begin with that it doesn't work. I don't even know if they use that anymore. Like they used to advertise for. It just by the time you do it 20 years later, 15 years later, that asphalt it's beyond dry. We're just trying to prevent that. Like I said, we'll get you an inch or so of penetration, and it'll soften up that asphalt and make it perform the way it should.
So forgive me, I'm not a streets person. What is the typical lifetime of an asphalt road?
They can get up to about 20 years.
And so,
That's
sorry, go ahead.
the curve after 10 years, because it'll glide out about 10 years, the curve will be like that. And then once you get after 15 years, it drops off precipitously, the wear of the asphalt, once you get closer to 20 plus years. That's when you'll get the spider cracking, you'll get the dips in the road. As just, if it's a bottom to top thing, if it's a base issue, we obviously can't do anything. But anything top to bottom, we can typically address that and catch it. And even if the cracks are a large crack, like in the neighborhoods we showed where you've tar snaked it, if the road's rejuvenated curb to curb and we've treated it, and then you come through and do your regular street maintenance, you're not putting a tar snake on asphalt that's dried out. The road's been rejuvenated with the reclamite, so you're putting a solve as opposed to a Band-Aid on your arm is more what it does. We're trying to treat underneath it as opposed to hide it, I suppose.
So, please.
And so if you do this treatment in like the first 10 years, instead of 20 years, you get 25. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's part of a maintenance plan. Typically, we'll come back through, 5-10 years and we'll retreat it. And we'll retreat it with the reclamite, and, you're retreating it for $1.60 a square yard, 5-7 years later versus a mill and fill or anything else, which could be, $6, like $50 a square if you're having to, tear it up.
And so it would be something that you come back and you do again every 5 to 7 years?
Yeah, typically, cities will say, hey, we're gonna do, XYZ neighborhood. McAllen, we retreated this other neighborhood. We've done it twice for them, and we'll be back out there doing a different treatment. I had left it in the information packet, the advanced mineral seal also. We're just part of their maintenance plan for cities. This isn't a one-time thing. We just work with you and take care of the residential streets, smaller streets for cities like yourself, so you can focus on, water projects, bigger projects. Let us handle the small stuff that always gets overlooked anyway. And that's kind of what we prefer to do.
Hold on. I'll
Uh,
come back to you.
and
No, I'll come back to you, Bob.
and so in the packet there were pictures of like roads in Yellowstone, and it's like this was treated
Correct.
and this was not, and that's with periodically reapplying this treatment over and over on that same road.
Correct, yeah, it's,
Okay.
5, 7 years, we'll come back and retreat. Those are just good examples of, a chip seal road, which has been treated with Reclamite, and the road will settle out as the asphalt relaxes, and it makes it seem more like a, hot mix asphalt road. It's just, it's a good product in your toolbox, so to speak.
Actually, if you're, all right, I'm going to move over to our actual engineer on this. I'd like to have Councilman King talk about this.
Well, that's good. If you don't mind. What's Bob's question? What's the nearest rejuvenation job you've done to Castroville, so we could look at that possibly and ask them questions?
I've some in Bear County. Ricky had gone out to one of our applications. I can get I'll get the addresses for you. Sure, we can do that.
Councilman King?
The ones on Westheim Village, those big long cracks, those are really from the flexing of the pavement, and this isn't going to change that at all, correct?
We'd have to look at it again, but I mean, it just seems so soon to have.
Well, because
Bit
it's
like
expansive clay soils there, and they've been drying out, and that causes the corners to flex down, and that's why those cracks.
Because those are curved too,
tinsel.
right?
They're curves, but I mean, so those are just tinsel cracks of the surface asphalt.
Okay.
And then the 20 years out there, that's because it's the asphalt, but also it's the base material and so forth that's failing. And it's going to fail if you keep the asphalt there or not.
We do get some of that, yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting product. First time I looked at this about 30 years ago.
Okay.
City of Windcrest, I think. I don't know if that was you all that did that, but a guy by the name of Don McCrary called me out, and he was a civil engineer and very enthusiastic about it.
Okay.
And it's a interesting thing. The one thing about our streets is that our streets are 60 years old.
Right.
And the vast majority of our streets are 60 years old. And then you have Westheim Village, that's 5?
No, it's like 10.
10?
The streets are almost 50.
Westheim.
Just over 10.
Westheim was that old?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was built after I came here. But so we do have some streets that fall into this, but most of them are chip seal, and most of them, and then where they're failing is in River Bluff.
Yep.
And Country Village, but that's because it's base failure. It
Those
has
are
nothing to do
different
with
ones,
the asphalt.
correct.
And so putting this on those wouldn't help us at all. But I do like Bob's suggestion. That was one of the things I was going to, we can get, just not close by, but get names of.
No, I can do that, absolutely.
Because I know you gave a list in there, but the first thing is go look at them and then see people who've had it and see what their experience is. Because in your career, there's always these new products, but the thing that really tells is talking to people who've done it and seeing if they see what their impression of it is.
No, I can get you POCs at Bear County and stuff. Yeah, shoot me an email and I'll get those right out to you.
All right, Houston.
What's the longest running rejuvenation project where you guys go back every 5 to 7 years?
Probably up in Lubbock. We do quite a bit of work up in Lubbock.
How long did you extend the life?
Well, I mean, that's,
No, I mean, if you started on the same street and you retreated it 3 times, that technically could be
Yeah, you're looking at 15, 20 years. I mean, they just haven't had to repave up there, and they're well pleased with it. I mean, we've been doing business with them 15 years, and, our owner's up there actually this week, working on some new streets, and I can get you the contact information on that. Okay.
Thank
you. Sure.
I have
Gina?
nothing. Everybody's asked the questions that I had, so.
So to me, this is, I'll come back to you, Bob. So to me, this is, I think it's a good exploration to do, but this is more looking at what our maintenance standards are. So I don't like it in terms of just adding a product, adding a new thing. But if we take this and use this as our base for maintaining the asphalt streets, we're getting ready to have a lot of new asphalt streets. So I think it would be good to have that maintenance. The majority of the city is chip seal right now, and the newer developments are 30 plus years old,
Mhm.
and have base failure in those. So really, the only ones, Westheimer Village is tiny. Alsatian Oaks is the size of the existing city. So getting those standards in, I think, would be incredibly prudent to get that in right now. And if this becomes something that we decide on as a part of that maintenance standard, I think that we need to look at it in terms of that. What is our maintenance standard, and put that against our CIP budget. So I think that it would be a worthwhile exploration in
Okay.
terms of including it as the actual maintenance standard, and get it scheduled. And that would just help us budget in upcoming years as well. Okay. All right, great.
Hey, thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
appreciate your
Oh,
time.
sorry, one more.
What's the, if you've seen our streets, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Hopefully you made it to the other end. What is the right point after having put that down initially to come in with your product? So if I put the thing down today and it was done properly, when's the best time for you to start the work process?
I'd like to do it the next day, but we could 3-4 years out probably.
You said
3-4 years out.
4 years?
Yeah, if
Earlier
you want to
you
catch, I'm sorry, go on.
Well, earlier you said the PCI, the best, when it gets to around
Right.
70, that's when you
That's
apply?
about the lowest.
Okay.
Yeah, because you want the roads to look good. I mean, it'll only improve them, X amount, because it'll see a lot of cracks and it'll smooth the road out. But if it's, like you're saying, if it's a bottom to top base failure, I mean, we can't do anything for that. But other roads, yeah, we can save those and hold those for quite some time.
You got another one?
Are we gonna look at the various, I know this one fits someplace along the line.
Correct.
There are other processes, have you already looked at the other processes?
No, we
Or
haven't.
or
And
you
that's,
do that too?
that's what I'm saying, is I think that we need to look at this in terms of the maintenance program that we haven't developed yet. I mean, there's a lot of things we haven't developed
Well,
yet.
I know there's slurry seal and some other kind of things out there, but each one fits a particular niche, and so I didn't know.
Right.
Do you remember,
I think that's a worthwhile exploration.
what was it we looked at with you, Phil and Devin? Wasn't it a slurry seal of some kind? Deborah's saying yes.
I remember that
Yeah.
word.
Well, there was a couple of them that Devin did, and then, which is really similar to the one you all just did there.
No, not one that we did. It was one we were looking at. Remember, we went as far as saying we wanted to get a truck and we're going to
Oh, yeah.
source
the
it from
deal,
this
the
company. It was a
grind it up
TxDOT
and
guy
reapply.
that had retired from TxDOT. He was working for.
Oh, that was that, what's it called?
You're thinking about the zipper?
The zipper.
No, not the zipper. No. No, it's all right. We'll talk again later. But we have looked at a couple under Devin, I recall, and one of them was like a slurry seal, and we were looking at a truck that would have like a little brush on the back, and it was gonna
See, one of the things.
be a topical, like on
Yeah.
top of the.
You remember, our streets, they're old. And it's like, it's the stuff underneath the stuff you see at the surface. That's the stuff that's fading.
Yeah, River Bluff is.
And River Bluff and everything. River Bluff, because of the way it was built and the soils that were on
The
it,
canal.
the rest of it, because they were built literally 60 years ago. So putting anything on top of any of those streets would be worthless, in my opinion, because the problem is down below. And whatever you put on top is just a waste of money.
Yep.
If you want to paint the street to make it look pretty for a year or so, that's it. But it doesn't do anything to rejuvenate it or give an extended
Yeah,
life to it because it's the stuff down below that's failed.
so that goes back to, one of the things staff struggle with, and we need to just set a time period when we're going to get this done by and what we need to present to council. But generally speaking, our streets, and we'll talk about this over the budget process, because I know Councilman Lee brought this up. He was kind of shocked that we didn't have more of a streets program. But when you look at our streets, the resources that are available to us, and what we're presently doing, we're really just doing pothole fixing. There's not, the city staff, the equipment and the staff are not, we can rent equipment and do some small projects, and they have. I don't want to discount some of the great work that Daniel and Ricky and that team have done, but we don't have a lot of resources. So it really comes down to, what is, one, we're probably going to outsource most of it, and then what does that look like? And I think you're hitting on something, Mayor. Where is it? This fits in the equation. Where does it fit in? Well, it fits in these types of streets. Okay. Well, what about those other streets? And one of my big concerns that's in the back of my head is that to like all of River Bluff is failing.
Yep.
And I don't know that we're going to be able to overlay any of that. Like most of it's probably going to have to be rebuilt. Well, to rebuild River Bluff's like $7 million.
Yep.
Just River Bluff, right?
And we don't want to
So-
do that until we fix all the other stuff underneath it.
Right. And $7 million is just that's not a figure that the city has to spend in the general fund. Just put that in perspective. Like that's every 2 year, that would be borrowing for 4 years to do those streets. And you're borrowing, you're borrowing for streets that are only going to last, whatever it is, 15, whatever. That you're going to have to keep investing and doing other things to try and keep them up. So anyway, we got to build a plan, and we need to be realistic about what things cost and what our approach is going to be. So those are things that.
But I think this is a really good time to start looking at the asphalt. If you look at how much River Bluff has cost the city, that really should have never been accepted into city limits. Sorry, but the cost of all of that stuff, the engineering standards that weren't put into it, it's been a big burden, and it's kind of a bummer because it's a beautiful area and it's definitely right here.
It's just not River Bluff. It's the whole city, because we didn't, the councils in the past and everything would approve projects to do the maintenance that's needing to be done. And then something else would come up. And so that maintenance plan would be pushed off to the side to handle this.
No, I agree with that.
Don't pick up.
What I'm saying is that River Bluff, when it was originally built, was not in city limits, and then it was brought into city limits.
Yeah.
And so if we don't put these maintenance standards in place, think about Alsatian Oaks by itself is the size of existing Castroville, and it's all asphalt. If we don't have these maintenance standards in now, then by the time we get to that, it's going to be too late, and it's going to cost everybody here that amount of money if we're not doing the maintenance. So I fully support getting that maintenance plan in place, including this as one of the potential options, but we need to get the maintenance plan in place.
Yeah, but and I agree with you. But first off, in this area, asphalt is far less expensive than concrete, and the reason you see most residential neighborhoods in like San Antonio, for instance, is because asphalt is a lot less expensive than concrete. You go to Houston and it's reverse. Almost everything in Houston is concrete because of where the materials come from. But I don't care what maintenance standards you put for River Bluff. The streets were never built to give any lasting longevity.
Yep.
And if you had done beautiful fog seals and everything, they still would have fallen apart because it was the base material down beneath is where the biggest problem was.
Right. So just to be clear, I'm saying for the new developments, as we're bringing those on that are multiple times the existing size of the city, to ensure that those can continue to pay for themselves, the maintenance, you can see the numbers up here. These are, I don't know the absolute accuracy, but I would imagine they're pretty close to not have to do that, to make sure that bringing on these new ones, if we don't do the maintenance, it's like one of my relatives, I won't call out her name, my wife, bought a brand new car and never did an oil change. And surprise, surprise, 4 years later, she had to put a new engine in. So it's kind of the same thing. If we don't put that maintenance in place now, then in another 4 years, we're going to have to replace the engine. And that's way more expensive than doing the maintenance in the first place. So I think that it's a great I appreciate you bringing him in front of us so that we can begin that conversation, but I think it needs to be the beginning of that conversation.
Yes, sir. 25 years ago, when we moved here, we took my wife's brother and his wife, both civil engineers. One does extensive TxDOT street projects, highway projects. We drove through River Bluff, and Betsy said, "You got soil problems underneath your road base." He said, "I doubt if you're ever going to be able to make this right." There's a reason that a lot of those houses have foundation work over and over. We spent, out of proportion, when I was up here before, more money on the River Bluff roads than any place else in the city, bar none. I don't know if you'll ever get a really good answer up there or not. So, I mean, it's just, I see Phil shaking his head up and down. So,
Agreed.
you know, we're going to throw good money after bad and just keep redoing River Bluff over and over and over. I think make it dirt, give them wagons, and
Well, but the standards that you put are going to be for different areas, because River Bluff is going to be one standard.
Yeah.
Historic Castroville is going to be another standard. Westheim Village, probably the same standard as Alsatian Oaks, as Flat Creek, as these different ones. But as we start having more and more asphalt, if we don't have this in place, then we're just asking for it.
maybe it'd be worthwhile if we work some of these out to be concrete in some places.
I think that's a terrible idea, but
Okay, I'm out of here then. Okay, as far as concrete, go ahead.
Okay.
all right, great.
Thank you for your
Very much.
time.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, now the audit.
All right, next item is discussion and action items. Next item is FY 2024 Annual Financial Audit Presentation and appropriate action on acceptance of the 2024 annual audit. Hello again.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, citizens. I'm here this evening to go over your annual audit and, of course, answer any questions that you may have that hopefully I will have answers for. Again, as I did last year, I've provided a single page of audit highlights that I'm going to plan to just kind of focus on, but we can certainly touch on the details within the report if any further explanation or detail is needed. In the overview on the top, you can see that we did issue a clean opinion that's actually called an unmodified opinion. That's the best that we can give. We certainly did make journal entries as part of our audit process. We propose those and go over those with management. We did not have any material or significant findings, I'm happy to report, but we did have a few items that have been detailed out in your letter that's attached to the audit separately. And I'm happy to go over any of that in further detail if you want, but I know you've hopefully got those details there in front of you. Any questions on anything in just that overview?
Great.
Okay. Well, then going down onto the general fund, again, just kind of giving you a lot of numbers, hopefully in a smaller snippet, is that you can see, of course, your historical trend, as well as the final approved budget out to the far right column. So you can see there for the general fund alone that your revenues increased from the previous year and were well over budget. This came in and within just a few areas within your revenues, primarily within your sales tax. Your permits went up quite a bit this year and exceeded budget, as well as your interest income, and your property taxes also increased due to some of the increase in values. Those were the same reasons for why they increased from the prior year, as well as went over budget. Within your expenditures, you can see that those did increase quite a bit from the previous year, but still well within budget in total. There were a few departments that did go over, but again, as I mentioned, you were actually about 650,000. Sorry.
Excuse us, what
Of course.
page are we on right
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going over that single page of the highlights. I apologize. Minus all my chicken scratch, it should look like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's page 156.
I am so sorry. I thought this would hopefully make you guys have to flip less pages, but it would help to make sure that you guys have the right information first.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Everybody there now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, then just that quick recap, basically revenues are up and well over what you'd anticipated in your final approved budget. So yay. Your expenditures were also up from the previous year, but you can see that they were about $650,000 less than your final approved budget. The reason for that primarily was that the budget had included, that final approved budget, included those funds that Mr. Dixon referred to earlier that were required by USDA to be set aside for the regional park. So that was included within the budget, but at this time, those funds have been segregated and they've been set apart to have that restriction available for those purposes, but they were not spent in FY24. Therefore, essentially, your expenditures came in well under budget. The areas where you did increase over the prior year included the fact that you now have brought in much of your tourism expenditures into the general fund, whereas previously they were only shown in the hotel motel fund. You also had an increase in your IT, as well as within your animal control, which was a couple of different things in animal control that caused it to go up. That was some increases in salaries due to some positions being filled, as well as animal control department had some grant expenditures that would not have had any occurrence in FY23. Obviously, with them being grant-related expenditures, they were offset by grant revenues as well. And then finally, the other area that, of course, increased from the previous year was your Parks Department. That department alone increased about $300,000 from FY23, but a lot of that, again, comes from salaries as well as some of the cost that was already incurred related to the design, the demo, a lot of the planning and everything that's already getting ready for the regional park building or the community center building. And then along with, again, some salary changes and personnel changes within that department was kind of the reason for those increases. Again, all well within what you had budgeted for. You'll also see there that you had total sources and uses. Your total increases in your funds was about $441,000, and that's really coming from primarily the transfers that are made out of the utility fund into the general fund to help cover some of those administrative costs that are recognized in the general fund but shared by the utility fund departments. So essentially the reason for the fluctuation from prior year is that you did actually increase how much was transferred into the general fund in FY24 compared to FY23. But really the main reason was that in FY23, the general fund actually moved money out into that hotel motel fund, whereas this year, again, you kind of moved the expenditures in. So it was more of a fluctuation of where did those monies get reflected, which line, but they were essentially all still comparably spent from one year to the next. So overall, you can see your change in general fund came out at just right at about a $3,800 loss for the year. And again, that was with some of those one-time costs included. This left you with an ending fund balance in the general fund of about $4.5 million. That equates to 10.7 months in your total fund balance of your average operating expenditures. However, as I mentioned before, you do have some restrictions in the general fund now, primarily related to the Regional Park Community Center. And so if you look at only what's available for just general spending, your average number of months would actually be about 9.6. So that was a lot of numbers on the general fund. Any questions that I can go into more details for you or explain?
Any questions? No? Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, then moving on to the utility fund, little less detail here, but essentially your revenues do look like they went up from the prior year, and they did, but that was really primarily related to the fact that the impact fees similar to the permits, and again, a lot of that coming from the Alsatian Oaks development. So those impact fees were also having the main reason for your influx in your utility funds. About $474,000 worth of those impact fees were paid back to the developer, which is also the reason why your expenses increased from the prior year. So if you remove those particular items, overall you would have had a pretty comparable year in FY24 compared back to FY23. All of your utility areas actually went down slightly in revenue with the exception of your garbage. You'll also see that you had some rather large transfers out of the utility fund. Again, we already just talked about the monies that went to the general fund were a little higher than the prior year, but that also included the once every 10-year purchase of water rights that basically funds were moved from the utility fund and into the airport fund. So that overall left you with a total net position of just about 17.2 million in the utility fund. Again, that is including your impact funds as well, so not just your water and wastewater system. But as far as if some of those funds are restricted, so I wanted to add on here also your working capital. So basically what that would represent is if you took your unrestricted cash and your current receivables and you had to pay down your current liabilities, that's how much overage you would have, is about 5.3 million. So still in a very healthy position of the city. That's also excluding any of your long-term assets as far as like the system itself. So again, your liquid, basically your liquid assets cover your liquid liabilities by 5.3 million. Any question on the utility fund? Then moving to your next largest fund is the airport fund. You'll see that it also increased in your revenues and expenditures this year. The revenues are up primarily just simply because of your fuel sales being up quite a bit. Your hangar leases were all essentially rented out for both years, so not a lot of fluctuation there. Your expenses are up because of, again, increasing personnel due to filling of vacant positions. You also had higher fuel costs, of course, with higher fuel sales. And you also had a higher non-cash related cost for the depreciation on the assets at the airport. Since that USDA hangar was in full operation for the whole year, you had a full year of depreciation. Again, that's not cash out the door, but it is reflected here as an expense, so that's a reason for that increase. So if I removed out the depreciation, since we know that it's not cash, instead of having an operating loss of $159,000, you would have actually had an operating income of about $122,000. So that just gives you an idea, $122,000. That gives you an idea of just how much that non-cash is bringing that number down. You'll see there that, of course, the airport fund also had a rather large transfer and capital contribution. Again, this year it was coming primarily from your utility fund for those water rights. In the previous year, the reason why it looks like it dropped so much was the prior year had a large capital contribution for projects that TxDOT was paying 90%, where the city was only paying 10%. So the way that that gets recognized in the accounting world is that we have to recognize those assets that the city was inherited at that 90% that was no cost to the city as a capital contribution. So that's why it looks like it was a significant decrease, but that was sort of an expected with one-time activity in FY23. Obviously, any future projects would also go in there. So again, similar to the utility fund, you can see the total net position as well as your working capital. So the total net position in the airport fund was just shy of 8.8 million. Your working capital, 719,000. So again, basically all your departments are having enough funds on hand to be able to pay your current liabilities. There's no immediate cash flow problems there. Any questions on that particular fund?
Yes, please.
Historically, this has been one of the things that people that don't hear about depreciation and grants and so forth go crazy in the city of Castroville. They say, see, the sucker's losing money. And they don't understand the depreciation factor and the grant issues coming in. And so, and I think without exception, there may be some that I'm not aware of. We've always come out, if you look at the actual money,
it pays its own way, right?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely true. So definitely all the expenses within, all the cash flow out of the airport is being covered by those revenues coming in. And then finally there, I've got just summarized some of your other fund balances. Now, this doesn't break down your revenues and expenditures for the year. This simply shows you your ending fund balance, but again, by year, so you can see how that trend has been going. Your governmental capital projects, that's part of your 2003 certificates that are related to your general CIP projects that are going. So you can see that that money obviously has been being spent as those projects have been worked through. You still had about $565,000 left over of that. Your drainage fund, of course, you can see a huge increase in this 2024 year's fund balance, but again, that's due to those certificates being issued for the upcoming drainage projects that'll be tackled here in FY25 or ongoing. You can see also there that your debt service went up quite a bit this year. That's really due to the fact that you did change your overall property tax rate, how much went towards debt service, but also with the increase in the overall property values of the city, then that fund just was able to definitely cover its cost and its principal and interest payments for the year. And then finally, your special revenue funds, and there's several of those. They include some of your library funds, as well as some of the special parks funds, as well as just some other development funds that are being tracked as far as ins and outs to the city. You can see that all of those stay fairly stable from year to year because those revenues are, again, generally offsetting any cost associated with them. And all of that, of course, is all detailed in your report, even more so I'm happy to answer any more questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Is this the end of the thing where we can, okay.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
In the report and this may be a question for Scott, in regards to the suspected fraud, were these vendors that we've been using for a while, or is these new vendors that this happened with?
I don't know who the vendor was with the local bank. The city was made whole in that situation. I don't know who the vendor was. This other one was it's a vendor we've had for about 3 years. I don't really want to say who because I don't want to get a target, but we've resolved that one too. We're now just doing direct deposit. In that case, what was happening is the checks were getting mailed. They're going to their PO box as prescribed, and they were being stolen from the PO box somehow. That's what we configure. But there was nothing. There was no issue on the city side as far as our checks and balances and what we were doing. In both instances, in that instance with that company, I think there were a total of 3 or 4 checks that were stolen over several months.
3 checks.
Mm-hmm.
And then in this other one, it was a local check that got passed off that, again, between the city and the bank, we have revised that process to ensure that doesn't reoccur. But that's what those 2 issues were.
Okay, thank you. And then the final thing is regarding the oversight of grant funds. I know you touched on it, Scott, regarding the award of the $200,000 grant funds by the USDA and that the construction hangar. Why, if we hadn't closed out the project yet, would this be considered an oversight of the grant funds?
Essentially, there was a miscommunication, I guess, between the city and the USDA. And I do believe that the city was trying to determine and get the issue resolved. There was some conflicting information that was coming in. And so certainly I did. I brought this up in the last year's audit.
Yeah. That's what made me think of it.
Yes, ma'am. And I think that a lot of projects were going on, and perhaps this just kind of got overlooked as far as the timeliness of getting it resolved. And so I do know that, of course, again, it's been brought to management's attention this year. I don't think that it will continue to be overlooked. I guess my reasoning for saying that was that if there was poor communication coming from USDA or whatever needed to be rectified to try to make sure those grant funds were received, it didn't seem like it was at the highest priority. And simply, I know there's a lot of projects going, but
I will say this. The city did not submit a single invoice above and beyond or different from the invoices that were already submitted to USDA in order to get the issue resolved.
Okay.
In other words, the city had submitted everything that we were required, and we had to prove that a couple of different ways and a couple of different times until they finally closed out the project. So,
just going through inspections and everything, I was always told that if it's a repeat, that way we're just covering our butts, and making sure. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
The ongoing concern that Kim and I brought up related to this is creating a receivable account within Encode for grant monies. Mm-hmm. And anyway, it's something that I don't feel is fully resolved on the
Right.
staff side.
Right.
And it's something that we're going to continue to work with the auditor and my finance department on and in code to create that receivable account and figure out how we can
Track
do
it.
that accurately and track it. Right now, we're doing it in Excel. That's kind of like the Band-Aid fix.
Oh, yeah.
That's not what I like. I
Yeah.
would rather see a procedural process within our finance, our finance software.
Yes, sir.
And that has not been implemented. So I'm just being, cards on the table. This is an issue that we haven't fully resolved to my satisfaction. But that we're going to continue to work with Kim and with her folks on and Encode to devise a procedural process so that when we get a grant, we have a receivable over here and we're able to track and say, okay, we were awarded a grant for this amount, and how much did we receive? And that goes for anything, Texas Parks and Wildlife, et cetera. Generally, those are, this is going to sound wrong, but generally those are kind of like off book. In other words, the agency is tracking that information. We have, and I know Deborah's familiar with that. We'll have a box for every grant we have, like this grant we're doing for the CDBG project. It has a ton of requirements and processes and forms and all of the red tape that you have to do to implement those grants. But all of that's kind of held over here. Now we have our invoicing system. We know how much we paid, and all of that goes through our process. But being able to track those two things at the same time, where I'm getting an invoice from AYZ company that is doing work for this grant, and then having this receivable over here that's getting deducted,
Right.
and that flow of money goes from account to account. That isn't currently instituted within our system, and so it becomes an opportunity for things like what we saw with USDA. And I'm just grateful to Kim and your group for being diligent and bringing that to us and helping us work through that, because it was very helpful.
Does Encode, if you're able to get it hammered out in Encode, does Encode allow you to attach correspondence that no?
No, Encode is, there are different versions, and we are looking at,
that way,
this
say
is
if
what
you're
we're on is an Encode 9, which is it's a legacy system.
Mm-hmm.
It's what a lot of cities, especially smaller cities in Texas, are on.
Mm-hmm.
They have various softwares, different softwares that are available. They have what's called Encode 10. They call it Encode 10, but it's actually a software they bought from a different company. They bought the company out, and they just called it Encode 10, but it has nothing to do with it. Like it's an accounting software. That's where the comparison begins and ends. And we've looked at that. I instituted it in another city. But we are, as staff, I kind of leave that up to the finance director and his team to determine whether they're ready to implement it, because ultimately all of that falls on their shoulders. But it may have greater capability. The fact of the matter is the Encode 9 that we're on is I don't want to misspeak. I think it's a COBOL system. I think that's right. But anyway, it's just an older language that doesn't have a lot of the GUI things that you're used to as far as it being able to attach correspondence and that kind of stuff. You can make notes, but it doesn't have the whiz bang stuff that a lot of the others.
Because I was just looking at, say, if somebody's out of the office and you get a call saying, hey, what's going on with this grant money and everything, no matter who you are, you can pull it up and have all the tracking attachments, correspondence.
Yeah, so we handle all that through, right now we're doing all that in Teams.
Right.
And utilizing it that way. So we're creating folders for every project and putting all the invoices related to that project in that folder. And again, using Excel. So it's just not the best way to do it. I would love to have a software that did all that.
Create an access database with the pivot tables.
Right. Right.
Okay.
And definitely just to add to that clarification, so I do believe that every time the city tried to reach out to the USDA to say what more is needed to get these grant funds to come in, I believe the city complied with what they were told, but then the funds didn't come in.
Yes, ma'am.
So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Lee, you had a question?
Kudos to Armstrong and Vaughn. You've been coming here, 15, 18 years?
Not quite that many, but it's been a few, yes, sir.
And, she and the company has saved us a whole lot of heartache from how thorough they've been. And especially, I'm not really a figures guy, but making it explainable. And so we also had the one time we lost $200,000 between the city hall and the bank. Because people have gotten in and worked schemes to take the money. And so the kind of things you're doing to help cover all those loopholes, it took us a long time to get that money back.
And I was, just to add to the other item you brought up, that was all discovered by the city. So I definitely want to give them the kudos too, but thank you very much, Mr. Lee.
Councilman King?
If you're working on this way, but Scott, going back to the drainage project, $1.5 million in those revenues, that came from the bond thing?
Yes.
The 20.
And that's why the increase. And remind me again what that drainage project, was it the bridge and so forth over there?
Yeah,
on
so
the
that hasn't
north side of
started.
town?
That all was in design, and actually I need to revisit to see when we're going to have that presentation to council. But yeah, that's the what's the name? Garcia Creek. Garcia Creek. So it's improvements to the creek itself, and then the underpinning to that bridge that goes into River Bluff.
Okay, that was my question.
That's where the lion's share. Now, y'all had some cash on hand that we had collected over the years that wasn't spent. Once the bonds got paid off, you had a little bit of a balance, and it's that amount of money which I expect. I think I've written this in a report twice, but I want to say it's around $200,000 that we're expecting to spend on other improvements in the Athens area out of those funds. And 200 doesn't sound right. Actually, it's probably more than that, between rental of equipment and everything else that's going to be needed.
Understand.
Okay. Great. Anything else? All right. Then do I have a motion to accept the FY 2024 annual audit?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Next item is consider and take appropriate action on awarding a contract for the TX CDBG Alsace Avenue and Berlin Street Water Main Improvement Project.
And I don't know, were y'all going to do, you have, yeah, you're here, but you'll see in your packet, there is, I think we had 6 bidders that responded. There is a recommendation as far as which company to award this to. They are below our budget. Now this is grant funded. I haven't even explored the concept of trying to extend the project a little bit further because we're under budget. That'll be, I think once we award it, we can maybe look at some change orders to use up the balance. But it's not I can't remember what the delta is, but it's not a whole lot of money. $100,000 or so, maybe. Yeah. But anyway, we'll probably get to we'll see what we can do over the course of the project. But that's always a good thing. When we got a grant, we're going to do some improvements, and the estimate for those costs came in less than what the grant is, and that's great.
Great. For the benefit of the people that did not hear this before, can you explain what the work that's being done on that main?
Yeah, so I think I shared this before. Like the community development block grants are, they're kind of the bread and butter for a lot of rural communities. And the odd thing is the city of Castroville really can't make use of them very often. We'll see how the downtown, once we have kind of a downtown plan that has executable projects in it, how that goes, because there are some CDBG projects that are specifically for downtown revitalization, and sometimes they're a little bit easier to get. But generally speaking, water and sewer projects are going to be based on LMI, which is low to moderate income, as identified federally. And one of the nice things about Castroville that I really think does make us unique among a lot of small towns in Texas is that it's not that we don't have any poor among us. We do. It's just that we don't have, there's been no attempt to segregate the haves and have-nots in Castroville over the years. And so finding a single block or two or whatever where you have a predominantly low to moderate income group is very, very difficult. And that's great. I think that's wonderful. Now, it's terrible for applying for grants, but it's great for the city of Castroville. I'd much rather have that outcome, and at least that's how I feel about it. But so this is for a waterline project. It did have to meet certain criteria, so we couldn't just do it anywhere. It's going to fix a portion of line that has been repaired many, many, many times. So this will replace that portion of the line. And forget the limits. Basically, it's on the one block south of Washington along Berlin on the western edge of that from Alsace Avenue, I believe. You're heading to the east. So it's kind of a stretch of about 2 blocks or so of pipe that we'll be replacing. That sounds a little too small. It's longer than that.
What's that?
That sounds too small. 2 blocks. It's longer
About
than that.
1,600 feet.
Yeah. So more like 4 blocks.
Alsace Avenue.
Yeah, 4 blocks.
There is no water main currently on that. So we'll be adding water. We can't call it looping, but it does connect some.
Someone else might call it looping. We're not going to call it that. Right.
It will
Redundant
present
water
some,
supply.
it'll present some additional resiliency in our system.
There you go. Yeah, see? You're learning. That's great.
How much of a heads up are we going to give citizens that where this construction is going to be happening?
None whatsoever. No, we'll no, we will. That's a great question. I know John is, I'm sure, planning to do the same thing we've done in the past with the door hangers and getting with the contractor to advise on dates and when he's going to mobilize and that kind of stuff. So,
Because I'm sure
we will-
driveways are going to be blocked and
Yeah.
what have you. So that way people can plan accordingly.
Yep.
So when are we looking at starting this?
Well, you're going to award the contract and then we'll figure it out. I imagine they're going to want to mobilize within the next 3 to 4 weeks, but
So we still need to have a pre-construction meeting.
is that about
And groundwork should be okay.
right?
So May,
So
June.
these projects take like whatever time you think a normal project will take, add about 3 months, just because you got to schedule with the USDA to be there at different meetings, and they have other demands on their time, so they're difficult to get scheduled. So yeah, I would normally say within 3 to 4 weeks, but I'll modify that to within the next 6 weeks. We'll probably see mobilization and work beginning.
Okay, let's make sure that we get that communication plan in front, like the schedule, rough schedule, the communication plan of what's going to be communicated, at what time, to whom, and how.
Okay.
Make sure that we get that in front of council as quickly as possible, and that way we're aware of it. Because especially if it's in
That way we
somebody's,
can let our constituents know.
yeah, when it's in your district, you hear even more. But
Mhm.
I think it would be really good for us to make sure we've had some projects that have been great successes in our communication, and some that people were surprised at, and those are bad. So we've had some opportunities for improvement. I'd like this not to be another one. Yes.
Is this project completely funded by the grant, or is it 50-50?
There's a small match. I want to say it's 90-10. I believe this one is 90-10. So our portion it'll be diminished because again our budget's been diminished. But I think it's around 50,000. That's what I recall. But
Okay.
That'll be in the original stuff we submitted.
And then is that coming out of fund balance or?
This is a water project. No, it'll be utility. And to the extent that there was money left in the bond fund, we could use the bond funds for it. It'll really boil down to whether it's bond or just utility fund reserves. I think the way we identified it was utility fund reserves when you approved the project. But realistically, if there's bond funds there, we'll probably use those.
Okay. That's something, Councilman Lee?
Yes, sir. 2 questions. Historically, we've had a very, very difficult time isolating parts of the water system, and we've had to shut the whole city down over and over and over. Will there be any need for or any installation of any kind of shut-off valves in these mains that would help us to manage those kind of problems, or is it not applicable to this? The other one is, are we good now on flow monitoring for leaky city pipes versus problems with customers because of the system we now use that shows what we pump versus what we bill? In other words, we have any capability to isolate under the ground problems through flow monitoring devices or anything, or is it do we need to do it?
So everything that we've been adding has included the, actually, I'll let you speak to that.
Yeah, no, so that's what we do when we design projects like this, is make sure we accommodate shutdowns, certain areas of the system so that they can isolate.
Okay, great.
So that we're not shutting down 4 or 5 blocks. We shut down one small street, keep the number.
Perfect.
So like the Lafayette water line replacement, that was one opportunity for improvement on communication. But the actual effect of that, if you think about the year before we did that, we had 3 or 4 citywide
At least
outages.
3. Yeah.
And we've not had a single one since. So as we go through and, I know, why did I say that out loud?
It's always been a bad.
All right, everybody.
Yeah.
It comes off the
Something
bill.
goes haywire.
Exactly. So that's why we've been trying to put these in. Okay.
I got one question.
Let's finish this out, is that right?
Yeah, you see. Mr. Spillman,
Yes,
the addresses here, I think they're District 2, right? The way I read that,
It's either part of District 1 or District 2. I don't remember where.
right?
Yes.
So how long before you would have pretty good dates on when it would be time to tell people that live in that spot?
You mean like, when can I come up with those list of addresses, or when do we think the construction's gonna happen?
Right, so you can give them a heads up and they're not surprised or.
I think probably within the next couple of weeks, we should start.
And that's what I was talking about. The communication plan should include a map of what's happening, when it's happening, what the impact is.
And we could-
He should be pulled in definitely since it's his district.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You give them Houston's name, big name, phone number, so they can call you first.
And so what we'll do on things like this, Houston, it'll be a communication out to council, and then I can work with you on making sure that we have the plan where we feel that we're comfortable with it.
Yeah, I just, since it's in my district, I wanted to go by and. say,
Absolutely. Yep.
hey, if I can catch them at home, tell them.
Love it.
Poltergeist, what?
I think it's in
Both.
Oh, yeah, because part of it's also.
Anyway.
We can do it together.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, great.
It's hard to see.
So do I have a motion to approve the contract?
Should Houston make that motion since it's your district?
I motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I make a second.
Okay, I have a second by
Sorry.
Councilman King.
To award the contract to,
As recommended.
you may want to say the construction company.
Okay. The construction company is,
Athos.
What?
Atos. It's in the letter.
Athos.
Yeah, I just couldn't
Okay.
pronounce it.
okay, so you'll modify your approval to award the contract to Atos?
Yes.
Okay.
Modified.
So moved.
And
So moved.
your second, you're amenable to that?
Yes.
Great. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess at 7:32.
So you got to make a motion. Don't kick any cable. You know, when. By the way, you know there's a bathroom there, right? Not if you aim right. Not if you aim right.
And if I realized it last night, I should have used this.
Just make a copy.
I don't know if I can get it alive. Well, help me rally everybody in another 3 minutes. So help me rally everybody together in the next 3 minutes. I'm trying to get you down to 5 minutes. I'll try and get you there.
I want you to do what?
Thank you very much.
Like Schneider. Yes, sir. You got the okay. I'm on it. Thank you, sir. My wife might go for that. She's on me while I'm red.
I'm sweet and innocent. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going to say that.
Are we still rolling? Can we get everybody back up here? This is, we need to wrap up our 10-minute, 5-minute break. All right, Deborah, just let me know when you're ready.
You're recording?
Yes.
All right, we are going to reconvene at 7:41. Next item is presentation on Flat Creek Water Infrastructure Project by Daryl Spillman from Respect.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, Mr. Dixon. I'm Daryl Spillman. I'm with Respect. We've been supporting the city now since about 2018 on some of the new development projects that have been coming to town, particularly on the water and sewer side. And so I'm here tonight to talk about some proposed infrastructure improvements that we're calling Flat Creek, but it's really serving more than Flat Creek. We're calling it Flat Creek because that's where most of this infrastructure is being put in. So real briefly, what I'm going to talk about is the work leading up to this that we've done the last few years, what the proposed project is, the status of that project and the cost estimates for it, what the schedule looking forward is, and then what our next steps are. And this will probably be a little bit of an open discussion because Mr. McLiney's here helping on the financing side of some of this work. So real quickly, the projects we've done here in the past, we did a real quick project related to Alsatian Oaks Phase 1 that were improvements at the Medina Valley plant over next to Castroville State Bank. We did some water and sewer main extensions related to that, plant improvements. Those went online in October of 22 and then fully completed in 2023. That plant had about roughly 45, 50 connections on it at the time. We brought that capacity up to about 750, of which 586 were specifically for Alsatian Oaks. Gave the city a little bit of room for additional capacity, but not a lot. I think Scott's been working with some small developments around. Most of that's already been spoken for. Come in April 22, shortly after we initiated those projects, there were several other developers that were interested in coming to Castroville, 5 to be exact. It was Phase 2 of Alsatian Oaks, the Jaggy Ranch project, which is now called Flat Creek, and 3 others that would have added, that are proposing to add approximately 5,000 connections to the city's utility system. So very quickly, you could see how these things were snowballing for the city. City approved us to start working on design for those improvements. At the same time, we did an impact fee update for the city in October 22. We're now in line to revisit that. That's probably a totally separate discussion, but next slide. So what those proposed improvements are for Flat Creek and those other developments is an additional well. This will be in the back part of what we used to be called Jaggy Ranch. A 1.5 million gallon elevated storage tank. Both of those are TCEQ requirements because there's so many connections being added to the system. There will be also an all-weather access road, an integration pipeline to tie all this new infrastructure into the distribution system for the city. And we're breaking this into two packages. Next slide, please. So package one is a proposed well. What we're going to do, we have TCEQ approval for this. Just recently, we got it in 1st of March. And that's to drill a well with the capacity of 3,000 GPM. Now, this is only to drill the well. It's not for the well pump and motor and all the support infrastructure. We broke it into two packages, primarily because it's different skill sets for the contractor. Well drillers usually aren't the ones that like building tanks and building pipelines and things like that. So the goal with this project, and since we've got approval for it, is to get the well drilled and then cap the well so that package two can come along. Estimated cost to drill that well and get it set up is $3.4 million. Package two will be the actual construction of a 1.5 million gallon elevated storage tank, installation of the well pump in that new well, approximately 3,800 feet of 16-inch water main that ties into phase one of Alsatian Oaks, and gets that water integrated into the rest of the system. Estimated cost on that project, $20.1 million. So our schedule looking forward for those improvements, pending direction and approval from the city council, is to drill the well in package one with proposed advertisement in April of 2025, beginning construction in July of 25, and having the well completed by December of this year. And then package two, also depending on pending direction from the city and also funding, and developer commitments, is get started with TCEQ approval for those improvements. We anticipate that will be April to June of this year. Advertising late this summer, August 26th. Beginning construction fourth quarter of 26, and ending construction of second quarter 2028. So I've got a list of bullets on the next slide, just things to talk about. I don't know if Scott wants to talk about developer or utility service agreements.
So a couple of things. So one of the things we want to make sure we get in place is the utility service agreements for phase two with the developers. Clayton Benford kind of gave us a model that he's used with other developers, and he's no longer representing us in these efforts. But I have shared that kind of base agreement with, I believe, Chad, I think I sent you a copy of it. I think y'all have a copy, but I'll make sure I do. But I've also shared it with our attorneys, and ultimately we've got to get that ironed out with the developers and get their agreement to what that looks like. The other thing, just to kind of note, and we're going to talk through this with Samco when they're presenting and talking tonight, is the timing. So there's two kind of ways to go about doing this. One is to go through the Texas Water Development Board. Now, we didn't do that on the well site, in part because the timing wasn't going to work. We made commitments when we bought the land and signed our development agreement and USA for phase one, utility service agreement for phase one with Flat Creek, to get this done in a certain amount of time to start the project. And borrowing from Texas Water Development Board would not accommodate that time schedule. So we kind of have to do this on our own. But adding Texas Water Development Board to the mix, if you will, what they help us is they help us save about half a point to 3/4 of a point on your debt service, on your debt cost. But unfortunately, what they add is two major components. One is a tremendous amount of oversight, because they're going to review all your plans, et cetera, just at the same kind of level of scrutiny as the TCEQ. So that's one thing just to be aware of. And then the other is they're going to add time. That it's going to fit into whatever their loan schedule is. And that adds about a year to this project. The reason that's an issue is, and it's frankly, it's more of an issue for our developers than it is for the city, but their timelines are expecting water delivery by second quarter of 2027. So this is a full year behind where they would like to see the water in order to be able to continue with their plans for building out their communities. So one of the things that we're going to need to wrestle through is whether we want to continue to go down the Texas Water Development Board funding path, or whether we want to go through a private funding, which is just a borrowing like we normally would do. And that needs to be, I think, a discussion that we have, a negotiated discussion we have through our attorney, our financial advisor, and I'm pointing to Shad because he's one of the developers here, but with the developers that would be part of this project. Because there will be a slightly higher cost of borrowing, but again, the benefit is you get the project done sooner.
Get the project done quicker.
And frankly, the other advantage to doing it sooner is prices typically don't go down; they go up, right? I mean, it could happen. Maybe steel will go down, something will happen, but right now, anyway, the trend has been that the year-over-year cost can be more than 10%. So you think about a cost of project. Some elements of the project. I'm not saying the entire project go up by 10%, but some elements might. So just things to think about and consider as we look at this project together.
On the package 2, you have on there that TEQ approval April, June 2025, and then you have advertisement not until August of 2026.
And that's related to funding sources.
Okay.
Because of the cycle that Texas Water Development Board works on, they're much longer lead time. So what we did for the city, specifically for package 2, was we turned in a project information form, PIF for short. We did that early March. What that means, what TWDB then does is takes all the ones that get turned in, kind of sorts through them, which are eligible projects. And then in third quarter of this year, we anticipate if it's a project they want to fund, they will issue an invitation to apply. And at that point, you put together a much more detailed application that's got more technical information into it, more financial information. And then they take another 3 to 6 months to review all that and tell you if you're getting awarded or getting funded for the project, which is why it turns into second quarter of 26.
Make sure it wasn't a typo.
No, it adds a year.
Right, that's a very good question. Yes.
Yeah. So there's some stuff to weigh. Is it worth it or not? Again, your borrowing cost is lower, but if your total cost of project could potentially increase because you're adding a year, I mean, you have to weigh that stuff. So, and unfortunately, none of us have a crystal ball. We can forecast, but.
Okay, any other questions about this? Just for the benefit of people, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I actually have a few.
Yes, please.
First off, a relatively tame one. How does the proposed access road align with the current plan developments and our draft thoroughfare plan? It's got that long line drawn on there. Is that a spot where we would eventually want a road anyway, or is it kind of?
We're working, and that actually goes through Flat Creek. We're continually updating that as they get that road built out into their development. Our road becomes shorter. Now, the road that we're building for access to that well site is nothing. It's not like a thoroughfare grade road. It's basically a gravel-based road so that John's crews can get up there in case it needs some sort of maintenance or attention and it's raining. But it's not built like a city street or anything like that.
Well, I was specifically thinking of that long section drawn on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That original path was based on, the proposed overhead alignment along the shared property line between Alsatian Oaks and Jaggy Ranch. So it was specifically put there that it could be utilized if needed in the future. But ultimately, our plan is to shorten the distance now that.
Yeah, we want to spend as little money on that road as possible. Think about the road to Cross Hill Tank. That's what we're building. It's not intended to be a long-term, could turn into a viable. It's a great question, but this isn't really a thoroughfare issue because it's going to be a maintenance access road only.
And that washes out something fierce.
It can. Well,
Yeah,
Cross
but
Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But this is going to be flat.
I'm
this is Flat Creek. So
Yeah, that's the 100-year reign, you know?
All right. This is kind of for Mr. Dixon. What benefit, if any, do these improvements provide to the existing residents of Castroville, including those already living in Alsatian Oaks?
yeah, so this is a great question. A couple of things. One, we don't have elevated storage in the city. We have a cross hill tank, which has some pressure on it. It has some head pressure because it's up on top of a hill, but we don't have elevated storage. When you get, so a couple of things just to be to know, as we grow as a city, by TCEQ standards and the Public Utility Commission of Texas, you have to add elevated storage once you get over 2,500 connections or something like that. So we're kind of under a requirement as we grow. We're going to have to build one of these. So just understand that it's not a want to, it's a have to from a regulatory standpoint. But what that gets you is if we have another winter storm Uri, the whole idea of elevated storage is you're relying on that head pressure, and you don't have to worry about pumps or anything because it's got so much pressure. It's just it'll flow even if there's not electricity to make it flow. So that's one advantage. We are planning to. That's not part of this project, but one of the ultimate goals is to bring another straw. I think y'all may recall this when we talked about the water and wastewater master plan that RESPEC did 2 years ago. Is to bring a straw, we're calling that, another supply line to the older part of Castroville so that the two systems ultimately will be linked. But in the initial stages, initial years, until you make that investment as a city, this really only serves the portions that are connected to it and provides that reliability to those portions. Now, some of those are people who are already here, but it's just everybody that's on the this side of basically the creek. So people up and down 471, Lower Lacoste Road, I think. Right. I'm trying to.
Well, currently, most of those people are served by the western part of town.
Yeah, so it's medium.
And so what this does is it improves some of the resiliency on the eastern side of town. So if you have problems on the west side, because like you mentioned, there's only two pipes that run under the river. If one of those goes down, then you're down to one pipe, and that one's not very big to provide service on that side. So what this does is it provides some resiliency so that if you got to shut certain parts down, they can still be serviced off that elevated storage on the east side of town.
So your area will benefit. Country Village.
And then just to make sure I've understood the funding structure. So the funding structure for that first, so has phase one already happened?
Alsatian Oaks Phase 1?
No, we're doing that. Y'all are approving that
Sorry,
tonight.
package one.
That has not happened. That is what y'all will be approving tonight.
And the plan is to fund that one essentially with either fund balance or city debt, is what I
City
gathered?
debt.
Okay.
So long term, I think.
And then the 20 million is there developer buy-in on that, or is that once again city debt?
So let's be clear. When we say city debt, it's utility debt.
Yeah.
The utilities are enterprises. These are businesses. The assets become assets of the enterprise, as do assets that developers build and donate to the city when it comes to putting in water and sewer infrastructure, gas lines, other utility infrastructure that gets donated, if you will, to the city. So this would be utility fund debt. That's the first thing. The other thing is just kind of understand why debt and not cash. And that really has to do with equity and who's paying for it. When you use even though we just saw an audit presentation that showed that you have utility fund cash of about $5 million, to go and use all that money to go build this well, when it'll really be the future developments that are going to benefit from that well. And it's the past users that help build up that fund balance. You're using their money basically for something they're not benefiting from. Or there's only a small portion that are. The vast majority will be the future folks that live in those newly developed areas. It comes down to, well, how do you, from a financing standpoint, how do you do this equitably? And that's why debt's issued a lot of times. It becomes an equitable issue. So that's what we're looking at, is a utility fund debt over the long haul that matches the life of and that's the other thing about debt versus cash. How long is this thing going to be in place? How long is the investment that you're making? Issuing 12 25, 30-year debt for a road that's going to need to be rebuilt in 15, it doesn't make sense. You want to make sure you time, and that's what I was kind of alluding to earlier with the River Bluff costs, $7 million. That's I don't know when we're going to ever be able to afford to do that. But you want to make sure that as you issue debt, that debt, it matches both the payers, the people paying for the debt, are the recipients of they're the beneficiaries of it, of the thing it's putting in place, and then that the time frame that you're borrowing for matches the length of the time frame of the asset. And I think this city has done a very, very good job of making sure that in the past y'all do that, and certainly we wouldn't want to change or deviate from that going forward. And I think, of course, Samco can speak more knowledgeably about all of that than I can.
What's the money cost to borrow?
We'll let Samco, that's part of their presentation.
That's also got some other. Did you have any other questions on this one?
He almost answered it. What is the expected lifetime of these improvements? When would we expect to be replacing those mains or doing substantial repairs or part replacement on the tower?
I mean, 50 years. Towers, they have to be maintained. So it's not like they've got to be repainted, and they do rust and have other issues. But if they're properly maintained, then you would expect that water infrastructure, especially, you're looking at 50 years plus.
50 years plus. I mean, the Cross Hill tank is over 50 years old.
Right.
With another rehab on it, it could stay in service for probably another 20, 30 years or even longer.
It's not like we haven't been the beneficiaries of bad luck and bad oversight and other issues. I mean, you just built a sewer main that we didn't get. It still works, but barely. Right? It was poorly installed, poorly maintained, and unfortunately, that it's going to need improvement much sooner. So these are assuming that these things are installed as they should be. I think the city does have the right people in place in terms of the professional engineers and partners, but also your staff. You've got a full-time inspector to go out and check these projects, and people that were not in place when that sewer project was put in. So I say that just because things can change, and I think a lot of the reason why some of those failures happen is because of the leadership that was in place at the time.
Any other?
Yes, and so
okay.
This tags on to his question. Other than impact fees, the developments are not, with the 3 agreement or that, they're not helping to fund any of that other than just impact fee cost and the regular connection cost.
Correct. Yeah. So, but if you look at the impact fee that we're collecting and that we're looking at revisiting to see where it sits, it's more than sufficient to pay for the cost of borrowing. At least that's what we're estimating. Yep.
Right. Questions, please.
I got one more. In regards to the height of the storage tank, does it fall underneath the airspace of the airport?
So this was something that was intensely looked at the beginning. I'll let Daryl and Kevin.
We've actually gone through reviews with, or determinations is what FAA calls them. And we do have letters on that. We've gotten approval for it once because this project is kind of, I don't want to use the word dragged on, but it's still out there and it's not built yet. We've already gone through a renewal on that once.
I want to say we changed. We ended up, as a result of those conversations with FAA, we changed it to a location that changed the total height by 13 to 18 feet, was my recollection.
Yeah, something like that. Moving it over to Jaggy Ranch, Flat Creek helped some because it kind of got it a little farther to the east from that path, but.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Questions?
A mile deep well. What's the diameter?
A mile deep?
It's 5,500 feet, right?
I thought that was the length of the road.
That's the length of the road.
I'm sorry. What's the length?
I've looked at a lot of numbers as we've worked on this thing. I think it was about 700 feet.
Okay. I'm sorry. 700 feet.
700 feet.
And then, and I read that wrong. And then what's the diameter?
I think it was a 16 or 18 inch casing, I think.
It's 16 in here.
And our current impact fees are for water?
About $5,000 for water, about $5,000 for sewer.
And how many connections is this tank gonna?
This connection should service 5,000. with room to add, if you want to add some ground storage there, if you added another 1.5 million, you should be able to effectively double that. You may need another well to keep up with that demand. But once you get systems that big, TCEQ doesn't look at a per connection basis. They start looking at what are your demand numbers? How have you historically been able to meet them? Can you prove to us that you're still going to be able to meet them? And if not, what's your plan for meeting those? So for small systems, they go on, where you have 10 connections, you have to have a certain flow rate.
Yeah.
Once it gets that much bigger, they start looking at a more holistic approach to now analyzing your system.
And as I think Scott said, future users will be paying for this, but also just on the connect fee, you're talking $30 million.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of money coming in to help pay for this thing.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, so I think I understood earlier, there's two lines, just two going across the river.
Yes.
Though on this side, like Country Village existing, could that support if needed?
Yes. Yeah. That's kind of the intent is at some point we look at, we've looked at master plan for the city, and at some point we've looked at two separate systems, but with some interconnection to allow some flexibility to move water back and forth across the river. But ultimately, yeah, it'd be good if you had production for the east side on the east side, production for the west side on the west side, so that the river's not really a bottleneck for distribution.
Great. Any other questions? Great. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Part two.
The next item is discussion, consideration, and authorization to proceed on the proposed Phase 2 water projects, the water well and elevated storage by Respect, the city's engineer and Samco Capital Markets, the city's financial advisor, and other matters related to the project, including the financing.
Thank you, Mayor. That was a combo agenda item. Darrell already went through his, and so I'm kind of a follow-up on the next agenda item. My name is Mark McLiney. I'm with Samco Capital Markets. Now it's how do we pay for this? How do we get there? There's two handouts. One is 3 columns, 4 columns of what the annual debt service would be for these two projects. Now, we used $3.5 million and we used $22,100,000 for some contingency because that's down the road. We don't know where that's going to end up. As we were going through this presentation, I was hearing it today. I heard it with Darrell a week ago. I really like the fact that we're breaking this into 2 projects. This is the well, $3.5 million. That can be funded by itself, and we're not in the queue with the Water Development Board. So to proceed, cities have 2 options. I know you're new with the council to fund utility system projects. We can issue bonds into the public without using the state as an assistant. To go through the state is through the Texas Water Development Board. They've got Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. This would go in the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Darrell put in the PIF, Project Information Form, to the Water Development Board. That was due by March 7th. That was for the second phase. The well part is not. So we got to fund that ourselves. And in doing that, we ran a $3.5 million debt service schedule. We added it to your existing debt. You can see that your existing utility system supported debt, the $3.5 million, and then there's another column for the $22 million. And it gives you a total debt service, what you'd eventually have to cover out of the utility system to cover all of the improvements, the existing improvements plus the new ones. The Water Development Board project is kind of the queued item. We've got it, the PIF. They now review the PIF. They come to us and say, you're in the money. We want this project. This is what the water board's for. Now you have the intended use project, or now you're on the intended use plan. From there, we do that full application and get approved sometime fourth quarter of 2026.
Now, one of the things to be aware of, we didn't really cover it with Daryl, but one of the challenges is, you might be ready to go. You can pull the trigger, you're ready to go do the project. You can't do any of it until you get that final, notice to proceed. The final, you're going to be funded. Here it is. Everything's been approved. Now you can go do it. And that's kind of one of the challenges and frustrations because it's going to add, like I said, about a year.
It adds time. So, but that is a second phase. So the first phase is getting the well. So the second item there is a timetable I put together for a well project. It has today as the meeting where we're discussing this. And I think it's probably in the agenda too. There's two items that city council has to do to borrow money through certificates of obligation. They do a notice of intention to your citizens. That's a resolution. So that resolution says to the citizens, we intend to borrow X amount, $3.5 million, for utility system improvements. That gets published in the local paper, posted on your website, and basically 60 days later, city council can borrow the money through a public sale, going out to the market, just like we've done in the last couple of bond issues. We would receive interest rate bids. We would award to the low bid, the best interest rate bid, and you'd have money approximately 90 days later. So you see this March 25th, we're looking for permission to proceed, but your first council action on these COs would be June 10th. That's the notice of intention. You're not issuing debt, you're giving the citizens the notice that you're considering it. The August 12th would be when you would actually issue debt. You'd get the interest rates. If the interest rates are where you think they should be, you can award to that low bidder. And then money would be in the bank by mid-September. That would fund the well project. There is a second item on the agenda, and it's listed as N, as in Nancy, and that's the reimbursement agreement. I don't know, Dan, can we discuss that or can we add that? Because this is tied to this project.
He can open it if he wants.
Mayor, can we use N also? N as a Nancy agenda item?
Yes. I've got it right here. We're going to open up.
This stays open. This is just part of the same discussion.
Yep. So this is, we're going to also open up, consider and take appropriate action on a resolution establishing the city's intention to reimburse itself for the prior lawful expenditure of funds for capital expenditures from the proceeds of tax-exempt obligations and other matters in connection therewith.
Thank you. So the reimbursement resolution will allow you to spend city money for this project. If you say, yes, we need to be moving forward. Well, we don't want to wait until September when you get funds to actually start the project. So this gives you the ability to use city funds, your reserves, your utility system reserves, and when you get the funding September 17th, the first check you write is to pay yourself back. So if the first question to you is September 25th, do you want to be moving forward on the water well project? If that is a yes, because I think we need to do this, then we would just begin this process, be back here with a notice of intention in June. We would authorize the reimbursement resolution so that the city can be paying the engineer to do the drawings or the schematics or whatever you would do to be able to bid documents and not slow down. And so you could be awarding and moving forward as fast as possible. That would be if that covers phase one. So now we're drilling, working on the project. In the meantime, we have the application with the water board. We can move that path forward. We can change that path and go do a public sale. Private sale to the Water Development Board. We do get subsidized interest rates, probably about 75 basis points, 50 basis points lower than what you could borrow in the open market. So there's real savings there. And I'm going to get Scott this week, the delta between the two. What on 22 million, what the interest cost savings are. But there's also costs to go with the Water Development Board. One, that extra year, and two, the cost to developers not being able to add connections and those impact fees coming into the city. And three, the extra cost of working with the Water Development Board. The engineering back and forth, they have Build America requirements and so forth that you have to meet, which drives the cost up. So those are things I can't give you an exact dollar difference, but I can give you about what the difference would be public sale versus private sale. And I'll have that in the next week or so, or I mean, later this week.
Mark, you're moving through this stuff really, really well and quickly, so I don't want to slow you down. But when you and I talked about the money, so the money that we received from Flat Creek, so one of the agreements that you all did was on the LUEs for phase one for Flat Creek. That's actually how we acquired the land. Y'all may recall for this project. A portion of that was a swap. They'd swapped the land for a certain number of LUEs. Now we have to pay Alsatian Oaks for those LUEs. That they built them. We have an agreement that says we're going to pay them. But then the balance of the LUEs that I'm calling phantom LUEs that we sold out of that system, those can be used as seed money for this project. And I can't remember what I told you the dollar figure was, but were you going to talk about that tonight?
Well, that's exactly where I was going.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm going to go back first to the COs. The first one, $2.5 million. The debt service on that's going to be approximately $260,000. That's something your current operating system, we looked at the audit, can pay the debt service, or impact fees that are coming in can pay. So that is easy. I don't mean this to make $264,000 or $260,000 seem small, but that the $3.5 million debt service can be covered by your existing operations plus the impact fees.
Without any kind of rate increase.
Without rate increases. Now, we can't say that for $22 million. The next column, that debt service could be approximately $1,250,000. There's things that we can do to reduce risk, but we can't eliminate all risk. We can make it interest only for a couple of years to bring in more time for the developers to get impact fees, more connections coming on, but we can't delay it indefinitely. So right now, you can see in year one, it's interest only, $773,000. I set it up to be principal and interest the following year. We can delay the principal portion for 2 or 3 years to build in time, have this impact fees. Those impact fees can then help cover the debt service, and then we have more connections also. It can also pay down the debt service from the back end.
Now you have this as a 2026. It shows COs S 2026. But this would actually, if we used Texas Water Development Board, it'd be 2028, right?
It could be, but we wouldn't be having impact fees coming in because we wouldn't be getting those new connections.
Understood. But I just clarify, when you're looking at the dates, so in your mind, when you did 2026, were you thinking about like a private issue, not a?
I'm trying to keep both options and show what is the worst case scenario on your annual debt service. That's going to be the worst case scenario because you're hitting 2026 without having 2 or 3 years of additional customers coming on.
Well, and just to also kind of or to provide some, context, I believe we've collected about 1.2 million in impact fees from Alsatian Oaks year to date, or project to date, just to kind of give you a perspective of how much comes in. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it adds up pretty quick.
Well, I think you, Phil, did the math in your head. 5,000 connections at $5,000 is $25 million. But
I use 6.
It's the chicken and the egg. We can't get that money until we have the water available. Again, so to get it more directed to right now, it looks like the water well is needed and we need to get going. we would be looking for permission, if you all as council agree with that, to begin the process and do the notice of intention later this June and have the funds here in September. And if that's so, then we would want you all to authorize the reimbursement resolution so that you could be spending funds and pay yourself back first for any expenditures that you have out of those bond
And
proceeds.
I want to, so just talking through risk. On the water well side, the well has actual value. You drill that well, it's a producing well on land that we own, and it has value. Worst case scenario, you've just built and you have the funds without raising rates to pay for that well. Should the worst possible imaginable thing outcome happen and no buildings get built and whatever. Hard to imagine that, but if that were to happen, that's kind of like the worst case scenario. On the elevated storage, on the other hand, when we look at the needed capacity, you heard Daryl talk about 5,000 connections, but right now we have Flat Creek that's got about 600. The Alsatian Oaks that has around 400 or so. And then you've got a couple others that are sniffing. You've got DR Horton that apparently is going to do 800 or so just east of the airport. And you've got the DeCock property that's sold. It's been in the hands of a national developer that basically paper property to try to get it ready for development. And we've had some preliminary conversations with some developers there. You've got Endura, which is still, they had the development agreement that we did, and then we came this close to finishing and they didn't finish. So you've got some other projects that are certainly in the works. And I think this is kind of a field of dreams scenario. Like, you build it, they're definitely going to come because now the resources available. Now there's a couple of things. One, they have to deliver water rights. And that's something we remind every developer. Flat Creek, to their credit, is the first one that's come forward and already has them. They've already acquired them. They're good to go. They're prepared to dedicate them. Most of the developers I speak to who are not familiar with this area say, water what? And I said, water rights. You have to have water rights, right? So that is a concern that we should all be worried about to a certain extent. Now, the city has avenues for acquiring water rights if, again, push came to shove. Where we could go to larger entities and lease water rights so that we'd be able to pump water, if that became an issue. But we shouldn't have to do that. That should be something the developers provide. That's something we require. The other issue is the timing, as you were stating. So just to kind of lay out how the development agreement would work that I referenced earlier, the template that I'll be discussing with our attorneys probably next week. We've had several meetings scheduled and fall apart for one reason or another, but is to talk about the USA. But in essence, what it would require is a letter of credit from the developer that's tied to their takedown schedule that would provide the requisite amount of money in terms of impact fees as if they were assessed. So if they say we're going to build in this time frame, and we need the water in this time frame, and we're counting on impact fees in this time frame to pay debt service that we have in that time frame, then the letter of credit would be the backstop to the city that if it didn't happen in the time frame it needed to happen in, that would be exercised and that money would be collected and it'd be used to pay for the debt service. Now, then when the impact fees were collected, they would be, again, this would all be in the agreement, they would be reimbursed to the developer, because they would have already paid us. That's just in essence how that would work, how that would play out. And that's how the city would try and mitigate a portion of that risk. But that risk is only mitigated for the developers who you have USAs with, utility service agreements with, at the beginning of the project. So one of the things that we've been looking at is, okay, well then how much is that? How many years worth, if you will, of debt service do we have paid for? And that's a number that I need to get you. I need to get you like a pretty good forecast of that. But just the rough forecast we looked at, you're good for the first 10 years of the project at least, just through the known developments, the known quantities. And that's why I'm saying I think once all you have to do is look out your windows, you drive down 90 and see how much development is happening. And if you have a bullish attitude that it's going to continue, then, this is, you wouldn't think this is risky at all. But we try to look at the worst possible scenario. And I want to make sure I'm doing my job to make you aware of this.
Councilman Mers, I think you had a question.
Two, in fact. Now, all of these developers that we have development agreements with, they are in our water CCN. And so even were they to decide, never mind, and de-annex into the county, we would still have to build this stuff to supply them.
Okay, have to is that's you're venturing into the quandary of legal. Should we are CCN requires us to do it? Yes. Could we say we don't want to service you, and they'd have to go? We'd basically give up that CCN or do something. There are options available to the city. You're not forced to do anything really, but it comes down to what is your desire. Now, right now, you already have two agreements in place that basically have locked you into needing to build an elevated tank. You've agreed to with Alsatian Oaks to do a phase 2 before I came here, and then now we've also agreed with Flat Creek and their development agreement to continue that process. So we've, as a council, y'all have been going that direction. So you've kind of locked yourself into an outcome, but I just want to be careful when you say you have to in a CCN. You don't really have to do anything. It's really what's advisable and what you're trying to do.
You had a second question?
Yes. Given that we, drilling the well, that's an asset that's useful. Even if, another global pandemic happens and the building pauses for 3 years. As far as potentially de-risking some of the later project as well, could we put the well pump in and the pipes and then build the tower later? Because having a water production well on the east side of the city is good for the people who are already here, even if it doesn't supply as much as or if it doesn't allow us to.
Yeah, you have to have a storage. I'll let Daryl address that, but essentially you still have to have a storage mechanism of some kind. When you pump that water out, it's got to be treated, stored, and put into the system.
Okay.
And you had pointed this out. I think that you were here. You may not have been here yet, but one of the options was to build smaller tanks in phases, but it becomes astronomically more expensive to do that in phases than it does just to build one all at once.
And you have to understand, this isn't like building an accessory structure in your backyard, although we all know that can become as convoluted, full of red tape here in Castroville as anywhere else. But that's something you typically go to the hardware store, you buy what you want, you move it in your backyard, and you're good. All of these processes go through a TCEQ approval, and that's, I can't overstate the amount of time that adds to the process.
I guess the only reason I say that is if there is any way to spread this out further and get incremental effectiveness out of it, because you say, it's hard to imagine anything that would cause stuff to not get built, but we've literally seen that in the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
COVID happened and there was no building for 2.5 years.
Never, never built. There's a difference between delayed built, which we've seen, and never built. And that's what I was saying. Worst case scenario,
to start building,
built.
And then we have to do 2.5 years of paying for it
Mm-hmm.
without anybody, and then it slowly ramps up again.
That's where that's why that kind of approach letters of credit are intended to offset it. Now, on this project, there are no letters of credit. On this project, you have about $700,000 in cash that we already have collected or will have collected by the time the project starts. So you're offsetting whatever that is, a little less than a fourth of the cost with cash you have on hand potentially, and then you have the other thing. So I think on the smaller project, I'm not as concerned about the risk to the city there, but larger projects is an issue.
Yep. Councilman Lee?
Yes. I'm one of those thinking people, I'm thinking the same way he is. I know it's scary, that you always look at what happened, what if the money was coming in, and what can you sustain yourself, or are you going to be in big trouble? A couple of things there. Lacoste had a CCN that went through Decock's property at one time.
That's correct. They still do.
Okay, so they've got some responsibilities here also. And,
well, that's a debatable thing.
Well,
They can't serve. They have no ability to serve that property. It shouldn't be in their CCN. I'm going to make that argument all day long.
Okay.
And we don't want, as a city, we don't want them to serve them. We don't want them having it would be much better if this all went to the city.
Well, old-fashioned guy that I am, I don't know that all this growth that's going to come, if it isn't within the city limits, is actually beneficial to us.
That's a whole,
Okay.
that's a
but
whole.
that ties directly into us obligating ourselves. Will the sewer plant handle 5,000 more connections? Or are we going to have more debt to enlarge the sewer plant?
Eventually, you are going to have to enlarge it, but at 5,000, I think we're still good.
Well, we just talked about what the tank can do. Okay, we still could go a little bit further than we currently have.
So if you look at your water and sewer master plan, one of the things that it contemplates is a equalization basin at the existing plant.
Right.
And the irony there is kind of like the more upgrades we do, because the plant's in a weird spot. Like historically, it's just in a weird spot. But the fact of the matter is, the more we do and develop and make that plant, give it greater utility, the more that location makes sense, and the more it makes less sense to try and build a whole new one somewhere else. So the incremental improvements that are planned in the future, there would be an equalization basin that would improve the efficiency and function of that plant by more than double.
You mean like a pond?
Something like that.
And we're filling demand?
It's not like you think. But yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering to where we are right now with the connections we have with the plant at the capacity that it now has, or could have, how many more connections do we put on the plant as it sits? And I'm trying to tie this into his thought of, okay, I've got this particular debt service, but sewer plants could be another 50. Even an upgrade costs us $10, $12 million.
Yeah, I have those numbers. I don't have them.
Okay, in the future is fine, but in the kind of.
Well, they're in the report.
Okay.
If you go look at the report, it's in the report.
We're just talking utility funds. This is the utility fund. Well, there's a whole lot more stuff that can be tacked on the utility fund for your $2-3 million a year debt service.
Well, we can chase lion's tails all night long, but we're talking about the water elevated storage tank that
Yes, I
you're
understand.
okay. I just want us to make sure we don't get too far off.
So where are we right now on the sewer capacity? What's our,
It's been a while since I've looked at that, but there's quite a bit of excess capacity there.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
right. And if you think about right now, we've got roughly 1,000 connections. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you've got again, we're going to be a ways down the road before we need to worry about expanding the plant. But there is a plan out there, and it will need expansion, and so that is things to think about. But y'all thought about them. We've had a plan developed that contemplates all of that, and your impact fees. So I mean that's why we have a $5,000 impact fee, because it looks at those impacts in the future and recoups the cost today to build them out. So y'all, I mean, that effort, it's kind of like talking about the street rejuvenation tonight. Like the timeliness of having these conversations is really, really important. And y'all did that at a really good time to do the water and wastewater study when you did, because it allowed you to get impact fees in place that legally that support those future expansion needs at a time. Like if we'd waited until now to do it, you would have lost out on a considerable amount of money. So just know that. That's where the UDO. I mean, anyway, that's where getting the CZO or just your subdivision ordinance without getting political or whatever.
But yeah,
getting that in place is really important.
what you're saying is that all of the planning and preparation that we've been doing, a lot of sausage making is making it.
It's for a reason. It's to get in front of the growth. And unfortunately, some of our plans aren't where they need to be. They should have been there 3 years ago.
Yep.
And we've got Band-Aids in place.
Bob, did you have any other questions? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, and Scott, you basically said this, and I totally agree with you. Council obligated ourselves to build this elevated storage tank a long time ago when we agreed to these development agreements that said we're going to supply this water. What size tank? To me, to not build this recommended tank would be a tremendous waste of money because we are eventually going to have to build a larger tank.
So I don't think, and yes, everything has a little bit of risk, but I think everything balanced out. We know it's coming this way. This is the only prudent thing we can do, in my mind, is to start the process, and it's a long process, to start the process to get this tank built.
Okay.
To follow up on what I asked earlier about Country Village and existing, would that go in at the same time, or that's just an option we would have down the road?
Help me with that
In
question.
other words, people that are already living on this side of the river,
Mhm.
and when we build the tower, is that cost included to hook up, to make sure we had the availability for?
Well,
Country
and that's all
Village and
part of the
existing code?
integration process, and then it's a matter of inventory and opening and closing certain valves to where
Right.
that service area kind of moves this direction.
Okay.
It all depends. We'd be in consultation with the operators and the utility department. Does it make more sense to serve Country Village with this side of the river or that side of the river? And, I mean, we've designed it to where.
Right, but we only have two lines coming across the river. and
Yeah, but
Does-
the mains are being, so I want more clarity on this.
Right.
So is it a true statement that the mains that are being installed by Flat Creek and Alsatian Oaks and the new Country Village, that those water lines are all in a sense interconnected with the older system in Country Village? Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
it's mainly along Highway 90, but yeah,
right.
to where it could come back around.
And that's
So if you needed
so
it, if they
If you needed it, yeah. You could.
Because what would be unfair in my head is the existing residents that have been here forever and line goes out and they couldn't access that tower.
Yeah, and
That's-
that was kind of the vision, is, like we said, is all the infrastructure we put over on that side of the river
Right.
can serve that side of the river
Awesome.
in case something happens over here.
Thank you.
And this is something that we've taken as an approach for several years now. Probably we started talking about this 4 years ago,
Right.
where every time we're adding on new systems, that you add in the ability to interconnect, and ultimately over time, you build your resiliency into your system. But everything that's done is done with that in mind. You don't necessarily do it right now, not until it's cost effective to do it. But once it is, as they grow together, then you can do that for sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Two questions. First, back to the financer. How is our credit rating sitting?
It's stronger now than it's ever been.
Okay,
So-
because I know that looks good when we go out.
And your audit was very, I was paying a lot of attention, but I got a copy of it earlier because we have to do continuing disclosure,
Correct.
and the numbers look really good.
Okay. 'Cause I know
So,
that'll-
so it will it's never been stronger than you are right now.
Okay, because I know that determines.
It
credit rate
does.
And everything. Second question for Scott. Castroville Heights, are there LUEs included in these numbers?
that's a great question.
They should not be.
I
no.
think that no.
That's anyways forward.
The Heights of Castroville, this
The
is
one
on
that's behind
person one.
Napa?
I think the
Oh.
short answer is yes, but they're just paying impact fees. They didn't have a separate, we did a development agreement, but they aren't being fed out of Medina Valley. That's a great question.
But they're right there with Country Village.
Really,
and everything.
I'll just say any new construction that's paying an LUE, a water LUE,
Mhm.
on the short side of it is included in this project.
Okay, because I hadn't heard their name or the project's name. All I hear is the big ones.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm wanting to, that way
Yeah,
they don't fall off the wayside, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, they just don't have numbers. I mean, it's
Right.
150.
No, but
Um,
still, it's
it's
an
something.
LUE,
Yeah, sure.
basically. Can you tell them what LUE is?
Yeah.
Can I make a motion?
The
Living unit equivalent. So it's just it's
Basically one single family household.
Yeah.
it's
What American Water Works Association, our regulatory agency, try to do is consolidate that into one understanding.
Houston. If you want to have a lot of fun, get 3 engineers on the phone and ask them to justify what an LUE equals. Because you would think that they have figured out exactly what it is, but guess what? No, there's not just one number. You get 3 engineers that have 3 different numbers.
Sometimes
That's how we ended up with phantom LUEs. Anyway,
Sorry.
And so we did look at the amount, just for your edification, we had looked at the amount of acre feet per LUE pretty extensively. And what we had determined is that that's built in with the potential for drought.
Right.
Because you need more water rights for the usage that you're doing. It accommodates that as well. So that's built in to not increase any risk to the existing citizens. Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, no.
So I want to remind you, you have two items open, Mayor. You have one is just the presentation. The second is actual in action, and that would be to approve the reimbursement resolution that's been proposed.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I make a motion to move to proceed on the proposed Phase 2 water project, parentheses, water well and elevated storage, close parentheses, by respect the city engineer and Samco Capital Markets, the city's financial advisor, and other matter related to the project, including the financing as presented.
Do I have a second?
Is that package 1 that we're doing?
It's
Or
I'll
the whole
second
thing?
so we can go to additional
Okay.
conversation.
I have a motion and a second. Further conversation that includes, let's see, this is on,
Is this just for drilling of the well?
This is on the agenda report. This is
There's
this
two
is all the
packages.
presentation that they gave.
So for phase 2?
Yes,
So,
to move forward to the engineering design and arranging for the money. We're not approving the project now. We're just approving moving forward. So
Okay.
that's what my agenda is.
okay.
What?
So if I could, what we'd be looking for is approval to proceed with phase 1, which is the water well project. And that would include the reimbursement resolution, which is solely for the water well project.
I guess what I'm reading here is the recommended motion on just the first one, because the second one would have to be done later. I mean, in a few minutes.
No, yes, that's correct. But I want to make sure I can see why it's a little bit confusing. It says on the Phase 2 water project. That's because the elevated storage tank project is called the Phase 2 water
That's what I
project.
was asking.
But tonight we talked about 2 phases.
Right.
You have the Phase 1, which is the well, and Phase 2, which is the elevated. So right now,
It's both of them.
No.
No, sir.
Package 1.
To be real clear, and Sheena, you're absolutely correct. It's package 1. It's phase 1. It's the water well project, the 3.5 million. That's what you're authorizing. That's the reimbursement resolution. Should we determine how we are going to go borrow for the elevated tank and when, whether we're going to Rex Water Development Board or go borrow directly, you heard Mark say he's going to supply us some additional information. That'll be on a subsequent agenda, probably this summer.
So the
So this
resolution
is-
I read, which is the recommended resolution, is wrong.
No, it's correct.
that's correct.
You read it. And that's why I apologize, because we started talking about phase 1 and 2 up here, and it muddied the water. But what you just approved was the water well, which is to proceed with phase 2, the phase 2 water project, which consists of 2 parts. And you're going to do the water well project.
And it includes the water well and the elevated storage tank, because that's what the
Can we
resolution
just
says.
modify the motion
Yes.
to specify package 1?
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to amend the
Well-
motion to
Okay,
specify
no, this is
package
fine.
1 of the phase 2 elevated water.
Well, he read this and you're confused.
Didn't the motion also include reimbursement?
That's
Well, that's
separate.
That's second.
That's the
Well, I
next.
know it
That's
is,
the
but I
next.
thought I heard you say that the first time, that's why I'm wondering.
Phase 2.
Okay, so you
Well-
amended your motion to.
Well, I haven't amended
I
it
recognize
because
that.
I want to just make sure from staff, from Scott, that changing this changes any discussion that we had tonight. Are you all happy with just the water well?
Just
Tonight.
package 1.
Because so if you're just happy with that tonight,
Yes,
modify the.
we are, because we're going to have to come back and ask and talk about elevated. It does say in parentheses, Deborah's pointing out, it says water well and elevated storage. But there's nothing related to elevated storage we need approval for tonight, correct? It's all the water well. So I don't know. I apologize.
Okay, so you
So
modify
I'll
your
modify
motion to
it
take out
and
elevated storage.
take out elevated storage.
Okay, are you amenable to that as a second?
I propose the amendment, so yes.
Thank you.
Would you repeat it? Because I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of, we was trying to figure out.
I make a motion
Sorry.
to proceed on the proposed Phase 2 water project,
Okay.
parentheses, water well, close parentheses, by respect, the city engineer and Samco Capital Markets, the city's financial advisor, and other matter related to the project, including the financing as presented.
Very good.
And my amendment was just specifying package 1.
And he removed the elevated storage.
Well,
He removed the elevated storage
Right.
part, which was package.
So your
Okay.
amendment's not, he just reread it.
Further
Now
discussion?
you're just looking for a second.
No.
Oh, wait,
I'll-
did someone
I'll,
make
I'll still second.
Motion.
a second?
Yes.
Amendment.
okay.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Sorry.
No, that's good clarity, because again,
Good clarity, yeah.
y'all needed to know that you're just doing the well tonight, so I appreciate you asking. And then now you have the other item already open, and that would be the
Resolution.
reimbursement resolution.
Okay, do you want to make a motion on that now?
I'll make
Is there a
motion
reason
on-
for us to wait on that one?
Well,
No,
it's
We already
open.
went over.
you'd want to be able to,
Pack team it.
Has anybody pulled that up so we can actually, although you'll get fussed at for reading what's recommended to you.
Well, he opened it while ago for y'all.
Oh, no, I'm
Okay.
just
This is 10 in, so
It's 10 in.
the motion would be to approve the city's reimbursement resolution.
I so moved,
Right? Do I have a second?
as read.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And we'll get to work on all this.
Thanks for watching.
And it'll make more sense as we go forward.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now, letter E. Oh, these next ones should go quickly.
Should I recuse myself here?
All right, next item is consider and take appropriate action on appointments to Historic Landmark Commission and the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yes. You have two applicants that have you previously approved. One is for okay, let me start over. The HLC member, I call her Cindy Maloney, is wanting to be moved down to an alternate position. She asked this previously, I think in November, and we kind of held off because of the changing in the board. And she would like to be moved to alternate number 2. And then Lori Marchman, which was put on the board for the HLC, she could be moved up to the full board position. And so,
and are either, so I'm sorry, but with the appointment of Houston City Council tonight in the unexpired term, doesn't that make him, he's no longer on HLC and P&Z as of that action tonight?
correct. But that'll leave a position open.
Right.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify. So you're going to appoint, the motion is to appoint her to a full board, but there'll still be an empty full board position, which was the one that was occupied by Houston, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
But that's something different.
Saying it out loud. Okay.
And then
Anyway.
that's where Melanie comes in?
Not on that one yet.
Oh, gosh, oh, sorry.
But on the HLC full board position number 1, which is what Ms. Maloney is on right now, that position now is good until 2025, which HLC does not change until October.
Right.
But we can move her up into that position, and then that will leave an alternate position open, plus a full board position. And even if you was to move her to position 5, Houston's position opens up in 25 too. So, but if you so move to do that, also I can just go ahead and say it on the recent appointment of Melanie Nowles, I think is how she says her name.
No.
Yes. She had sent also a request that if there was any full board positions opened up in P&Z, she would like to be moved up. Now, with the appointment of Mr. Marchman as council person now, his position does open up also. So she would like to be considered for the full board position for the planning and zoning.
Okey dokey.
All right.
I
And
make a motion.
Can I ask for a clarification really quickly, and then I'll take your motion? Has anybody talked to Tracy Schott about opening, going to,
Priscilla's
She doesn't want to. I think we asked her when Ms. Maloney was wanting to change.
Okay.
I think she had said she'd like to stay.
Yeah, you said that we would have a vacancy
Yes.
on alternates, but cities are doing an alternate spots.
We're going to have an open full board position. Yes.
That's not.
Did I not say that? I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. If y'all so choose,
so we'll still have
Ms.
an
Maloney will move down to Ms. Marshman's position, which will be until 2026.
Okay.
It gets confusing, sorry.
I'll take a motion.
Okay. I make a motion, we approve the request from HLC member Cindy Maloney to be moved to alternate position 2 and appoint alternate number 2, Lori Marchman, to full board position 1. Approve alternate number 1, Melanie Nose, request to be appointed to full board position 2 of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay. Do I have a second?
A second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next.
Next item is consider and take appropriate action on an ordinance amending the drought contingency plan, providing for exclusion to drought surcharge for water usage that exceeds designated thresholds, and removing stage 4 requirements relating to new, additional, expanded, or increased water services. Scott?
Well, I'm sorry. I saw Kathy walking up. For this, I have Kathy
Kathy.
Adams. This is just kind of, again, setting the stage. This item you all have looked at 2 other times prior to tonight to provide feedback and input and asked for various points of data, whether it was commercial users or residential users, or weighed in on who should be charged the surcharge, whether or not we should charge hospitals and the like, and that kind of thing, and then how much water were they using, et cetera. So Kathy and John, to their credit, kind of looked into the questions y'all had, and hopefully this reporting answers those. I certainly didn't hear any questions prior to the meeting, but the intent is that this hopefully is the final draft of that policy based on the input we've received thus far.
The first issue would be to remove the verbiage in section 6 for new services, and removing the prohibition on not allowing new services during drought. Mainly this is because once we have a development or a property approved through the permitting process, there's really no way we can then tell them, well, now you can't have water. So that's why we asked for that to be removed. If you want to stop it, you would have to do it before.
And that's because they've supplied us water rights.
Yes, in a development
Well, hang
that.
on. I understand. I share your, this has come up before, but this was brought up because like Alsatian Oaks, well, developers were giving us water rights, and then we were also telling them, but you can't hook up even though you gave us the water rights for these units or have been credited the water rights for those units. Correct?
Correct.
There's also, we also talked about infill lots and how that works and the amount of fees that they're already paying. It's close to $20,000. I think I provided you all a breakdown of what those fees add up to and where they're coming from. They've already, when we're putting the meter, they've paid for the tap fee. They've paid all these fees so that they can build a house and connect to it and have water, or whatever the case may be.
And it's very hard for an individual to get enough water rights. There's very few people who will sell a small amount of water rights to someone who just needs a small amount for their individual lot.
Right.
It's 0.612 acre feet per LUE. What's a LUE, Houston? Living unit.
That is a unit, a family unit of consumption.
Very good. It's a living unit equivalent. It's what we expect one family to use in water. So
But
they're
there's no
required.
definitive.
That's right. If you get a bunch of engineers, they'll come up with different numbers. But our number for water rights is 0.612 acre feet.
0.612?
0.612 acre feet.
And that's a pretty conservative number based on, what we've had. Respec did a study, looked at how much we were actually pumping, how much we actually required. They basically said, you can require a little bit less, but we don't recommend it. Leave it at 0.612 because you'll be good requiring that amount.
The other issue was who to exclude from the new drought surcharge we had instituted. And we were asked to look at nursing homes, emergency services, and medical facilities. And we're proposing that all of those be excluded. Most of our medical providers in town do not use anywhere near the threshold that they would be charged a surcharge anyway. But we thought if we had it in there for future development, hopefully a hospital comes in the future, they would use more water than anyone does now. The facility that's on, I always forget the county road, but Victory Lane, they have two buildings, and even those two buildings together don't use enough to meet the threshold.
What about the Medina Valley Health and Rehab Center?
That they do. If
Yeah.
you see, the nursing homes definitely do. La Park and Changing Seasons use way less than the nursing home on Paris.
Yeah.
And
They're at 90. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
Lamar.
one, they're on the third page of this one. It lists what they all used in the last 4 months. If they would have met, and none of them would have met except for the Medina Valley Health and Rehab. But we knew y'all were considering that, so we didn't charge them any surcharge.
Y'all were concerned about whether surcharges have been charged and they were not.
And we also included the looked at the emergency fire and ESD. And if you look at that same page, they're not even using any water at the old facility, that the old fire department on Paris. All the water's being used at the new portion. It's still there, but they're not using it. And then we also proposed excluding this all city accounts, which mostly, except for the like the parks, those fields, the sports fields, and the wastewater treatment plants are the only ones who use more water that would equal a surcharge. But it's kind of like we pay a bill, a utility bill, but this would be in addition to it, but it's also coming from the citizens. You see what we were seeing, that as a loop around, that we were charging ourselves for the surcharge. So we propose it. It's up to you guys to decide. And that's also on 2 pages over. It's the one that looks like this. It shows all the city accounts.
Kathy, do you want a summary of the decision points and tackle those one at a time, or do you want to wait until we're done?
Well, are you finished? Because I thought there was one more. It had to do with the developers when they're watering their the entranceways and things like that.
Well, they've been paying surcharge.
They're paying the surcharge.
Right.
Okay.
And the individual homes, they are asking for a waiver from the watering only 1 day a week to establish their sod. And that's, if you want us to give them those waivers, that's something. The contingency plan already designates Scott and John to do waivers.
The waiver waives their watering permissions, but does it also waive the surcharge?
No, but it just waives
Right.
that they can only water 1 day per week to establish sod. And if we do that, then that would be for everyone in the city who is establishing sod. But it's only for 10 days. And it's only for a 4-hour period for those 10 days. It's not all day. It's not twice a day. That's the way we talked to, I don't remember his name, but one of the guys from the Ag Pro group from A&M, the AgriLife, that's what it's called. And they said you don't need to water all day long, twice a day or anything like that. You just need to give it a good soaking in the early morning hours for like 10 straight days, and you will establish your sod.
So what we're saying is, if people, it's up to you, but if your neighbor plants a bunch of sod, do you want to give them the opportunity to let that sod take? Because, I mean, obviously the fear is someone spends a lot of money on landscaping and then it all dies because we're in a drought. Well, I mean, you could question the intelligence of someone who decides to make that choice. But bottom line, that's what we're faced with. We do have a lot of people who've made that decision. And they get very upset because they spent a lot of money and now their stuff is dying. And I'm just letting you know, because you will hear it. We hear it now. You will hear it if this decision.
So can we stipulate watering with the hose and not sprinkler system?
Well,
That's allowed.
It's already allowed with the hose. Anytime.
Well, but I mean, because I know the sprinkler system is the big thing that we have people shut off and reduce down how much they use. So do we need to stipulate that as well?
Well, what you're hearing is they already have the ability to use a hose. That's not what they need a waiver from, right?
Right. They can already water with the hose. The thing they need to remember is it says handheld. We've had people drape it over chairs, wrap it around ladders, lay it on the ground. So we do have those conversations with people.
Yes.
So that's one of the things for y'all to consider. And that was pretty much it for the drought contingency. If you want to allow the waivering to accept the exclusions, including the city accounts and the verbiage removing the requirement about the new installation, new
All right,
water.
let's actually tackle these one at a time, if that's okay. And that way we can kind of work through this. So the first item is removing the prohibition from connecting new servants, right?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
so let's talk about that. Does anybody have any questions on that one? Concerns about that, or want to discuss that?
I do.
Yes, okay.
And specifically, before we talk about that, it was a split vote on infill lots, and we have had 2 seats on council change. I think it would be good to hear Houston and Bob state their opinions on that.
Okay.
In case the council has shifted.
We'll go into that in a second.
And because I think that a decision on that might change votes on the prohibition.
Fair enough. And the question, so to be clear, let's keep him on one conversation.
Well, no, I'm just bringing him up to speed of what
So
he's talking about.
Are you caught up with that? What we're talking about is with the new developments, allowing them because they've already brought water rights to us versus infill development. If somebody builds a new house, can they connect to it? Or do we prohibit them from doing that?
Or specifically, do we require them to pay a fee for water acquisition?
That's a separate item. The first one that we're talking about is the just being able to hook up to it.
Well, I think that we should talk about infill connections separately first, because I think I think it will affect the answer.
Fair enough. I'm amenable. All right, Councilman Lee. We're going to talk about infill first.
Infill first. Well, I'll make a statement that covers them all, and you've heard me over there many times. And we're obviously in a prolonged drought at this point, but my concern is we'll allow things to happen, and you've got all these builders out here, we'll end up getting behind the rock because we won't, even if we got all the deliverable water rights, we still could get in trouble. And we don't want to get in trouble.
Wait, let me ask you clarification on that.
Okay.
We could get in trouble for how?
Over pumping what we're allotted. So we're at 40% now. So if a new development, they're building 200 or 300 homes, and they can, or 50, 60 at a time over a year, Phil's shaking his head, but I don't know the answer, Phil. That's why I'm asking.
No, that's not the question that Darren's asking.
So you're concerned that we will, with our existing water rights,
It all ties together.
if they start pumping more with our existing water rights, without them bringing water rights, then we could get into trouble.
That's a different, well, Yes. Would you allow me to back up 1 second?
Sure.
Our council redid the LUEs and all that stuff. And we were mindful of the fact development's going to come and didn't want it to put too much strain on, which is why we did over the years, the water security bank, if you will. And I heard Mr. Dixon speak to development coming, like infill lots or others that are small numbers, okay? It doesn't make sense for them to go buy transferable water rights. And the ordinance specifically says if water rights are not available, water rights are always available, always. And so anybody that says, I can't get them, they're lying to you. But the intent was small stuff, maybe a Westline Village or smaller that came in, we would take funds in lieu of. And those funds would be stuck into the water acquisition fund. Because it didn't make sense, as you brought up, to go buy 2 or 3 or 4, acre feet of water. But everything bigger than that, they had to bring the transferable water rights in order to put it into the bank, even though they would be in the bank while they started their building process. Okay, we had some leeway.
Yep, got it.
As far as infill, like if you want to split a lot into 2 or 3 in town, probably wouldn't. You could charge them the fee for 2 or 3 lots, whatever is decided. Are you okay, Phil? And stick it in the water acquisition fund. So if you got 50 new infills in town on the lots, you had the funds for whatever that IOUE amount was, and then you could go out and buy 10 or 15 or 30 acre feet, but not to let it slip. And so that should cover the infill. And as far as the new developments, they pay the full, requirement of,
Sure.
I'm sorry, they bring.
And you're kind of overlapping water rights with risk of new connections, but it's good content. So
I'm doing the best I can.
you're right.
I've never done it myself. I'm old,
I know.
And it's, but my concern is we do not put ourselves in a position by granting people allowances to go beyond what the stage reductions are, like the car washes and the ball fields and all that, that we end up going, we shouldn't have done that, because now we're in a jam.
Yeah.
We don't want to get in a jam. So, and I'll talk about car washes when you get to that. But infill, if it's 1 or 2 within the existing city structure, I'd say let them pay the impact fees and so forth. But you'll have to decide if that tallies up over time that you've got a significant increase in the usage, then maybe you want to charge them.
So I think you answered or you addressed one of the 2 questions for infill lots, and that is, do they bring water rights? And you're saying for infill lots, individual lots, like your neighbor wants to build, they pay the impact fees. We're not requiring them additional water rights on top of that. That's half.
Or water acquisition fees or to cover your new infrastructure you've
Right.
and not water rights.
Right.
And so council gets to decide, do you want to charge them a fee to put into the water acquisition fund? And I'd say it's certainly worth considering. That's gold to us. Your other question was, do I make allowances? Was that part of it? When they do build on an infill lot or maybe new development, do I let them water in order to establish a lawn that would
No,
die?
we're not talking about lawns right now.
Okay, well, you said.
That's a separate item.
That's part of this.
Separate item, yeah.
Okay.
The other thing would be, can they connect during a drought?
You mean an infill within town or development?
We're talking right now about infill in town.
I would say yes.
Okay. So on those 2 specifically for infill, one is saying consider additional water acquisition, but we talk about that. The other one is that you would not preclude them from connecting if they're paying all their fees. Okay.
I agree that I won't say it. I feel that infill development should have to pay a water acquisition fee per LUE, just as greenfield development, or comparable to greenfield development. We use almost all the water rights we have already. Last year we were this close. And we have a number of lots between Country Village Estates, Alsatian Oaks Phase 1, and the 20 to 30 infill lots on this half of town where they could build without delivering extra water rights. We have 100 to 200 houses that could be built that are already accounted for, and we came this close to overpumping last year. So I think letting those 20 to 30 infill lots get a free ride, so to speak, because they never paid a water acquisition fee, it could be the difference between overpumping. So I think we should charge that. I do think that infill lots should be allowed to connect during drought, because even if we bump out to phase 2 for a week, we're going to be back in phase 4 soon enough anyway.
Right.
So if
There's no
we're gonna,
water loss associated with
it
that.
doesn't matter where on the sine wave they're plugging in, they're still going to be there at the bottom.
Okay. 4, and I'll just go down the road.
Yeah, and since you don't own the property anymore, I'm gonna use, because this really gets convoluted. So Houston used to own a piece of property on,
Florence, yeah.
Florence. Okay. So he subdivided it, because, and now it has 2 separate properties, 2 different residences. So if we charge people water rights for hooking up to a separate property, then Houston would have had to pay, and we're only talking about water acquisition fee, a water acquisition fee for that new connection. So anybody that had, and again, I don't think he's going to do it, but if you had Royce Croft, who has about 6 properties in town, and if he subdivided those to people, or if his estate did, then they would, each of those, other than the main one, would have to pay for a water acquisition surcharge. When the rest of us all bought our property, we didn't have to do that, because we platted the properties and brought them online without having to bring in water rights for that.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that if it's an existing infill that has already been, then no water acquisition fee. If they subdivide it, then add the water, because that would handle the 35 acres over here. That would handle any of the smaller
developments, any new development,
or any subdivision of a property. Do you want them to pay the additional water acquisition fee? Because if they're subdividing it, they're probably adding another one on where the first one was accounted for, but the second one might not be. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little, here, and again, it doesn't affect me at all, but if anybody had a piece of property that they then subdivided it, or they had a vacant piece of property they own, let's say it's already subdivided, but you have a vacant piece of property, like, again, I'm throwing names out, Lisa C, she owns a vacant piece of property. She hadn't hooked up water yet, but to hook up the water, she has to pay the $20,000 in capping fees. Plus, we're going to charge her now a water acquisition fee above and beyond that. And that just seems to be unfair.
Yeah. So maybe if somebody subdivides it, that's when they get the extra water acquisition fee. But if it's an existing lot, already platted, no changes to the plat, you're just building a new home on a plot that you already own, then there's no acquisition fee. I mean, that's an option.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you, Bob.
Yeah. I would
agree. And on the other side, for tapping in during a drought, no
I have
issues.
no problem with people tapping in during a drought, because again, for these infill lots, because there's just so few properties, it doesn't affect anything.
Right. Okay.
Again, it would be unfair for somebody who was planning to go to construction, spent 6 months to a year planning it, and all of a sudden, because we drop into it, they can't connect the water. And it just, it's did I say it last time? It was a pebble on the butt of an elephant. It's just such a small amount of water.
It didn't make the minutes.
All right.
Ask your questions.
You want to Okay. So what we're talking about, so specifically on infill, the 2 questions are, there's 2.5 questions. So one is, during a drought, do you have a problem with people connecting either in? No. The first one is, do you mind, because right now you can't connect during stage 4, right? But there's no additional water loss. And to Councilman Murr's point, whether you go back to stage 3, you're going to go back to stage 4 at some time anyway. We've already got the water rights to accommodate that for infill existing.
That's in town. Infill.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, I don't
Do you have
a problem.
Okay. So that's the first question. The second question is, for infill in town, should people that don't subdivide, bring or pay for a water acquisition fee? And should people that do subdivide, whether it's one lot or like whether it's a 2,000 or a 20,000 square foot lot or a 20-acre lot, should they pay the water acquisition fee?
I say yes.
Okay. So subdivide is pay the acquisition fee. Don't subdivide, don't pay the acquisition fee.
Right.
Okay.
And there's one point though.
Yes, please.
Are we going to talk outside? We're going to talk development?
Yeah.
We're going to do outside next.
The one thing that from last year, because we have a sprinkler system that we don't use because of the drought. But we want to put a separate meter so we can identify what was what. That tap was $8,000. So last year, now what is it?
I don't know, and I'm kind of confused on what that.
That's
a separate issue. Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
But that's something else that we need to address because they were saying that you have to do a new tap into the main for doing that. I don't believe that that's true, but that's a separate issue. Okay.
So first off, infill, that's not divided. Tapping in, they're going to pay the money. So as long as they pay the tap fee, and because I take it that land, if it was already platted and everything, should be okay. Now, when it comes to dividing the property, if there's a house on portion of the property, when it's divided, I don't think that lot should have to pay because it's already an existing thing.
Right. No, we would only talk about new taps.
But nobody said that yet. So, but everybody else on the divided portions, yes, I believe a fee to pay for water rights is key because that lot was not initially platted for multiple. It was platted for one.
Okay.
And so I think that would be the right thing to do.
So I think that, and just to break this down so that we can nail them all off, on infill lots, I would look for a motion to say that people can connect for infill lots. They can connect with
Without replat.
without they can no. So the one is connecting. They can still connect during stage 4. And actually, I'm just going to list these out and we'll talk about them unless we're in disagreement and it has to go to a vote. I think that if we've got general consensus.
I want to hear what Bob has to say.
Are we considering any accessory dwelling units as
If they are, if they're,
think about that. Is that, how do you want to classify that? Is another home?
So yeah.
so that would be a part of the special use permit that it would, and that's a good question. If they,
That would be just like dividing a lot.
Right.
That was a connection that was not planned.
That's a
I
good
would
point.
consider that an infill LUE that should bring 1 LUE's worth of water acquisition fee.
Yep, and that's how I'm looking at it. It wasn't the
A number of
initial
other
plan.
people have rejected that because that wouldn't be undergoing a lot split. It wouldn't be going a replat. It would just be a new hookup.
But that the main hookup was already taken.
Can I pause y'all just
Yep.
discussion? Deborah's talking to me, but I think she's brought up something that's a good policy point for y'all to be aware of. So when they currently, and our understanding, when someone adds an accessory dwelling unit, whether they go through special use permit or whatever that process is, or they add an accessory structure, but they want to bring water to it. Let's leave ADU out of it. They're going to build an accessory structure and they're going to put water in it because, well, they're going to wash their hands in the garage. I don't know. When they do that, I think we talked about this before. It's not on a separate meter, right?
It depends on if they come and ask us. If they build it and connect, they run a line from their house out to that
We're talking about the
accessory
ADU.
building, that we didn't even know they did it.
Right.
So they're just taking a line
They come
out.
to us and they get the
And
permit and they do an accessory structure
Mhm.
and they decide they want to put a utility in it. I thought you told this group once before that they couldn't have a separate meter.
No, if they have a separate dwelling, they have to have a separate meter and a separate everything.
We're
If
talking
it's-
about not,
If they're just putting a hand washing sink in their shop,
Right.
then most of the time they don't even tell us. And there's no they just run a line and put it, you know, some of these guys probably already know to do that.
I thought they said one set of utilities at one point on the ADU.
Okay, so we're starting to get really
Yes.
convoluted here. Let's talk about, I'm going to bring this in, Deborah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that's all right. So when it comes to the ADUs, I think that we should address those right now. That would go into because right now the proposed ADUs would be on special use permit. And so we would then set a policy if the special use, a part of the special use permit is that they pay for additional water acquisition equivalent to 1 LUE. Is that what we're saying? We're not approving that. We're saying if they are awarded the SUP for the ADU, then they do pay it because it's just like subdivision.
Yep.
But that still goes on the same water meter that they already have
No.
for an ADU.
A separate dwelling unit has to be separate. It needs to be separate.
I'm going to say this again. An accessory dwelling unit does not have to be a separate water meter.
It does.
It does.
It's a separate dwelling.
Accessory, I will ask for clarification on that, but I believe that is not correct. An ADU is on the same, as it's been proposed. There's no law that says you have to. If it's a multifamily, you absolutely have to. If it is a primary residence with a mother-in-law suite in the back, it's same family, they're using the same water, you don't have to have a separate meter for them.
If it's a separate building, yes. If it's
You have
a
a
mother-in-law suite that's connected to the house, they just do an addition and add it. They're just doing an addition.
I have
to
not
their
heard
house.
that ever before. So if that is a new requirement, then we're going to pull that
We
out.
could bring this back to.
Yeah, we're going to have to bring that back.
Mayor, can I add one thing?
Yeah.
If you put an accessory dwelling unit, you've got to have new electric service run, you've got to have new sewer line.
I know, this is something that, as we've talked about this before, this is the first time that Kathy's bringing it up, that nobody else has stated, so we do need to take a look at that. But that should be a part of, I think that we take the ADU out of this, put it into the SUP proposal, and leave it there.
The question is going to come up, but Mayor, I'm already paying the water acquisition fee on my utility.
Yes.
Right, again, we're going to take that out of,
I'm going
I'm going to explain it again. We're taking that out of this discussion. It needs to go in the SUP. So when we come back with the SUP, we need to put a bookmark on there that we add that in there. But we're starting to get too convoluted because this is a new variable that's been introduced that we have not been able to confirm yet. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so, sorry to saw that. All right, so then what we're saying is for tapping on infill, they can tap during the drought. For acquisition fee on an existing plat, they do not have to pay an acquisition fee if they subdivide it. If it's for a lot that has been subdivided.
Hang on.
That sounds
Can we do
backwards.
these
If it's
one at a
already
time, I think?
platted existing, they don't have to pay.
That's what I said.
No, then you said if it's divided, they don't have to pay.
No, if they subdivide it
They have.
with the acquisition fee, they do have to pay.
Yes.
If I said otherwise, that was my
Yes.
mouth saying something my brain was not.
That's why
Okay.
we're.
Can we just do, can they connect on infill first
We did.
during a drought?
Are we in disagreement? I've heard yes.
Okay. Yes,
Everybody's
I
good?
agree. They can
Okay.
connect.
All
I
right.
just don't, we didn't like go down the line thumbs up or
Okay,
anything. So
fair enough. I like that. All right,
Can we
thumbs.
can we live with that?
Can you live
Yeah.
with that? Yes.
Okay. So on the acquisition fee for existing plats, thumbs up to say thumbs down to say they do not have to pay acquisition fee for existing plat.
Thumbs down. What do you mean thumbs down? That mean, for me,
Maybe the
thumbs
way to
down
say
means
it-
no.
Fair enough. Yeah, do they have to pay for water acquisition fee on an existing plot?
I'd say
No.
If they don't have to pay, they don't have to pay. They
Just say no.
This is
existing
existing
platted
plat.
lot not subdivided, do they have to pay the water acquisition fee?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Your neighbor built something on a plat that has already been platted and wants to build something on it. It has not been subdivided, does he have to pay a water acquisition fee on top of the tap fees, impact fees?
You're really saying he's building a different home, the same piece of property.
So my question is,
If he doesn't have one on it.
No,
So-
the question is, does he already have a home?
the question he's
No.
trying to say is if there's a vacant lot in the existing part of Castro,
That is-
an original Castro lot, someone wants to build a house on it, should they pay a water acquisition fee?
Yes.
Okay, so you say yes. For an existing lot, do they pay a water acquisition fee?
No.
I have a no, I have a no, I have a no. Okay. So on that one is no on acquisition. If, and I think that we should stipulate, if it is subdivided after March 25th, 2025, then do they pay the acquisition fee? If they pay the acquisition fee, then yes.
Well, then the subdivision provide water rights would be hitting them, right?
No,
Or is there a minimum
No, this is
size
the
on that
infill.
already?
The infield.
The infill would not pay it, but the subdivided one would.
Yes.
So if it's big enough that they can still, within their zoning area, they can still subdivide it, which there aren't too many of those. The original plat would not have to pay it, but the subdivided plat would.
I guess I'm just saying, do we need a separate fee for that because they're already subdividing, so that would trigger water rights dedication?
No, it does not.
It doesn't, is it?
No,
Is
it does
is there a
not.
minimum size?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
My mistake.
yeah, that's subdivision with a big S. So that's like neighborhoods or whatever, right? But if
Okay.
you own a lot, so just to put it in context, at the last council meeting, you all, when we got direction, the combined P&Z and council, the direction on the river lots was you wanted those to go from what they were called
P2.
P2 to P3 or
No.
P4, whatever it was.
2.5.
The point is, it went from like a large acre, only one structure on that property, to now, depending on how many acres they have and their ability and whether it's in the floodplain and all that other stuff. But if they have the ability to subdivide it, now you actually have more houses that would be there than were previous. So when we talk about like an actual application where this could happen,
Right.
it would be on those river lots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So what we're saying is the original plat does not have to pay the additional water acquisition fee. Any subsequent subdivisions would have.
Right. If they take that property now and
Yes.
use the new,
Yes.
yep.
Yes.
Okay, just clarify.
Okay. And so on that one, we'll ask for, and that's probably just an individual LUE. And so we have to determine what that looks like. Okay, so then on, is there anything, there's nothing else on infill. On outside, on new big S subdivision, if they bring water rights, well, first of all, can they bring, if they bring water rights, can they make taps?
Sorry, make it again.
During the drought,
No, what was the last word in that sentence?
Can they make
can they make
taps?
a tap, a new tap?
Make a tap.
Yeah.
Yes.
During stage 4? Yes.
They brought
Yes.
water
As
rights.
long as they
Yes.
sign over the water
They
rights.
gotta sign.
Because
As
I
long
know-
as the water rights have been dedicated, they can tap during stage 4.
Correct, because I think we ran into that with Alsatian Oaks. They hadn't signed over their water rights yet, and they were tapping in, Scott.
I'm sorry.
Alsatian Oaks, remember we had talked and you said that they hadn't signed over officially the water rights at one time,
Correct.
so.
So they couldn't tap in.
Well, they,
No, you all, again, we talked about this, but the council agreed in their first phase, on their phase 1, and you also subsequently said we're never going to do that again. On phase 1, that you would allow them a credit, or you would take a credit against what you owed them instead of water rights. And so y'all made that offer to them, so they didn't deliver water rights because you said they didn't have to. That we just take the credit. So that's what y'all did. And subsequently, you said, no, we're not going to do that again. Any future phases, you have to have water rights. And we've been telling them the same thing.
okay.
So they will deliver water rights for all future, unless y'all change your policy.
So yeah, as long as they deliver water rights,
They can
Okay.
connect.
Then they can connect.
they can connect.
Part of my question is,
And just so y'all know, both Country Village Estates, I'm sorry, I didn't know you.
No.
Country Village Estates and Alsatian Oaks, in their, before they started building, they put in their infrastructure, including the utility infrastructure, and they put taps in at that point, both water and sewer taps.
Mhm.
So they're already there.
So it's already tapped and we don't have to worry about it because it's not
Right.
subject to this, right?
But technically, the term you're saying is you turn the water on. So
Right.
Can the city, will the city allow the water to be turned on?
Right.
If you're in stage 4?
We install a meter
Yeah.
at the point where they're ready for a meter to be on the individual lot.
And before they do that, we charge them the impact fees. Before, when they have an approved permit.
Okay, let me ask for clarification on, and maybe this is from you, on our existing ordinance where it says they cannot tap during stage 4. Does that mean they cannot tap or they cannot receive new service? My understanding was they could not tap into the existing infrastructure.
The way we've been interpreting it is that no new service.
How does it read in the UDO? I mean, in the CZO?
You just asked how it reads, I think, no tapping, but
I don't know what it reads in a CZO, but in the drought contingency plan, it says no application for new, additional, expanded, or increase in size water service connections, meter, service lines, pipeline extensions, mains, or water service facilities of any kind.
Okay.
Doesn't mention the word tap.
That's why we've been saying no, because it's meter.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Kathy.
Well, we only survived as we did last year because we had an extra 400 or 500 acre feet of water. And if we just get the LUEs and they build 300 or 400 houses for a couple of developments, your buffer is all gone at that point if you were in these states.
Let me ask the question again, Bob. If they have brought water rights.
I understand. I'm answering your question. I'm just doing it in a little different way.
Okay.
They're only bringing the minimum water rights required for their development. Had we not had and here's one of the reasons we talked about not letting them connect during that time. We have a buffer of water, but had that buffer not been there and you let them connect, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in big trouble. And so part of my concern was with the development was preparing the property and all the water that's got to be put down and all that kind of stuff, which is not an LUE. Okay, and so if they bring water rights for structures, does that also cover the water required for construction of the site?
Construction of the site.
You've got to put in roads, you got to dig holes, that takes water.
But
maybe
that's
it's insignificant, I don't know.
I think that's well before the point where they're trying to
tap into it, right?
So
No,
having that
they're
blockage
getting the water
later
from
on
us.
doesn't.
They're getting the water from us to build.
I know, but stopping them from hooking up to the house once it's built doesn't change anything about all the water they've already used.
I understand that. Well, it's
So the question
the
is,
impact's not
let me ask you again.
Do it.
If so you have, let's call it 100 lot development.
Okay.
And they have brought enough water rights to handle 100 lots. So 60, what was it, 62 point whatever. They brought the water rights to handle their 100 lot development. As they bring them on, they've already brought the additional water rights above our existing base plus our buffer. They brought on an extra 100 LUEs worth of actual water rights. Can they then tap into it because those have already been accounted for in our additional capacity, water right capacity?
You're saying they bring a buffer with those rights? Is that what I heard you just say?
When they bring enough water rights to service the 100 LUEs, that's enough to cover all 100 LUEs. If they've already turned that over, the water rights over to us, can they tap in and use the water rights that they have brought to us and given to the city?
I would say yes, and council needs to readdress this in about 2 years to find out if they need to amend it.
Okay, perfect. All right, so you're good with that? If they bring the water rights, they can connect during stage 4. Okay. With water rights. Okay. All right, the other portion of this is on the healthcare providers. Exclusion from the surcharge in the drought contingency plan.
Yep.
Yes. I'm going to ask a question. Should we have them bring us a water reduction plan to, I think that you have them bring, if they, to get excluded, they bring a water reduction plan, and with some, like with a nursing home, their water reduction plan may be minimal because they're essential services for washing people and keeping them clean. But I think that anybody that gets excluded from that brings us a water drought contingency plan, whether they can actually save it or not, but they should bring us one. Is that okay?
Any supporting documentation that says how much water they have to use and what have you. Because there's Joint Commission on Accreditation that govern what they have to do and how much water and everything.
Well, what I'm recommending is just if they are excluded, they get excluded for all of these if they give us a water drought, what do you call it? A drought management plan. If they can save water, then they do. If they can't, because sometimes if they're just putting out waters with their lunches, then they can stop doing that, just like restaurants do.
Yeah.
So if they provide a drought contingency plan, then they can have that exemption.
You have to ask for it. They don't automatically do it
At the nursing home?
at restaurants.
I know, but at the
No,
nursing
I'm
home, they're not
Yeah.
gonna ask. I'm
No.
sorry, I thought we was talking
I
about.
gave it as an
I'm sorry.
example.
So I'm saying, I'm gonna clarify here. So on the emergency services that we're talking about, the list that we have in front of us, if for them to get that waiver, they give us a drought contingency plan. If they cannot save any water, then that goes in their water contingency plan. If they are putting out, even for the nursing home, if they're putting out waters, like restaurants put out waters, and they can stop doing that as and have people ask for them, that goes in their drought contingency plan. It seems like a little, but it's actually a pretty decent savings. And if you're not amenable to that, just say then.
I'm amenable. Go for it. Let's keep going. No problem.
Okay, so in this
I will,
ordinance that we're gonna put in.
I will clarify in a bit. It's
It's a waiver.
I thought my question would apply later, but actually, I think it applies now. The infill construction we've been talking about, we're thinking houses. What about other infill construction that's commercial on the property they already own? The new car wash in this case.
Yes.
That's a great point. That'll be a separate item.
Yeah, but it is infill.
We're talking about, so what we talked about before was specifically residential, but we'll make sure that we address.
We didn't really, well, we kind of said residential, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, that's clarification.
That's good.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So waiver on the, what do we call those? The surcharges.
Or
Waiver on surcharges
If they provide.
The drought saving measures.
for the identified
Water management plan.
emergency services with, okay, great. All right. So let's then talk about businesses. So one question is on the drought contingency plan. How do you deal with new businesses that want to connect during stage 4? There's two questions in this business thing. One is, how do you address somebody that wants to connect in stage 4? Treat it the same way, because if they want to connect a brand new connection, never been connected before, they want to, they're building a new building, they want to connect a new service. Can they do that in stage 4?
I think this is one of those, it depends. If they use the same amount of water as a house, I'd say go for it. If they use, more than 2 million gallons, 3 million gallons a year, I'd say no.
I think you do that by the tap size then.
Well,
Because the bigger users will have a bigger tap size.
I understand, but they don't bring water to the city.
So what,
This discussion we had about when you guys published how much water the largest users in Castroville were using. Well, the car wash was astronomical.
Right.
And
how big is
they
their
brought no water rights, nor were there any restrictions on
Okay.
that.
separate, part of that's a separate conversation, part of it's not. So the part that is not a separate conversation is, John, do you remember the size of tap that the car wash has? It's 2-inch?
Yes, it's a 2.
Yeah, I guess I should ask you.
I
so sorry,
just
Kathy.
because, no, it's okay, because I just had to ask that question.
Yep.
For the new addition, and the existing part is a 2-inch, and we're putting a 2-inch on the existing.
And a standard house tap is what size?
3/4.
3/4. And a new restaurant
Unfortunately, a lot of our existing businesses have 3/4 meters at them, but we've been, to address some of the other questions you had, as time goes by, we're replacing them as appropriate, especially if someone moves out and a new business moves in, and they may be, instead of it being a retail store with clothing, now it's a salon that would use more water, then we're addressing that. We had multiple buildings that had 1 meter servicing several buildings, and we've slowly been separating those out, including like Rainbow Theater and the building next door to it, and the Funky Chunky jewelry shop. They were all interconnected. They're all separate now.
Okay.
So there are issues still out there that we've been slowly correcting, but
So for a new business, a new tap, they want to connect in stage 4. If we said a 3/4 inch line, because you're addressing with the people that use more, that they would be required to have a larger size, then if we just said the 3/4 inch, then that would handle the moderate users.
yes.
Yes? Okay.
What about a hotel motel?
Again, it's a bigger tap.
I know,
It's a larger diameter.
Do they bring water rights?
That's the second part of the question. The first part of the question is,
Yeah.
if it's a 3/4 inch on a new business, can they still tap during drought? Good with that? 3/4 inch line, same as a house, because they're saying if it's a restaurant or something that requires more, the tap size actually, that diameter of the pipe actually gets bigger. So on 3/4 inch, we're okay with them still tapping during drought. Okay. The second question is, how do we address things like when we looked at the tremendous users of water, do we require them over a certain threshold to start bringing water rights?
Yes.
Okay. Because typically the way that we've done that, actually, the way that we've done that in our existing businesses, we have them request how many LUEs do they need. So like the car dealership expansion, they had a set aside of so many LUEs that they could use. And so I think that we put into the business a new business service, they would have to identify how many LUEs they actually need. And the LUEs, they don't refer to consumption, they refer to throughput.
Through what?
Throughput. So, and this is something that was a little bit confusing to me. With the LUE, when you say it like a car dealership, maybe it's got 20 LUEs.
20
It doesn't. 20 LUEs, excuse me. So it doesn't mean that they're going to use so many gallons of water. It means they need this much throughput. Capacity, right. So it's about a capacity. So I think that maybe we tie that in with the business type and have staff come back with a recommendation on how do we assign an LUE value to different types of businesses above the 3/4 inch. Because then they will handle themselves.
Are you making it across the board for any business that requires a larger tap, or what the business is? So if the car dealership had a car wash, they washed every customer that came through free. That's a whole lot different than the one that doesn't. So we're just trying to stay out of trouble.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I think that the way that you address that is with the tap size, maybe. But I think that we have somebody like Respect that
doesn't value water rights.
the total, because I don't know how to do that.
Well, I would say that, let's say, maybe staff can come back with this.
Yeah, I think so.
The consumption that they would have, if it's above and beyond X, then that would be a case that it might be a couple of 200-300 feet. They pay the money, stick it in the water acquisition fund, and so make it in brand new transferable rights. But we would always be in stage 4. We never would have had a discussion to this level 15 years ago.
Right.
But I'm glad we're having it now. The council thinks to keep us out of trouble.
I think that's a good way to look at it when you look at total consumption, because our additional fees, our usage fees, are only during times of drought. So maybe you set some kind of threshold that says if your consumption is over this amount. I think you can do that through the actual rate, but then you would dedicate that additional to go to the water acquisition fee to get new ones. So Would we be okay with that? We can't answer that right now, but basically, based on,
We had previously discussed the possibility of assigning the drought surcharge to the water acquisition fund as
Right.
well,
and that's a separate conversation, but absolutely a good
which
conversation.
would substantially help capturing large water users to help pay for
Yes,
water rights later.
I think it's a very, good use of those funds.
Recycled water. The trucks to run them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the county with all of their new subdivisions, they're requiring some kind of recycled water or water reclamation, gray water reuse. I think absolutely.
Well, I'm talking about using it for new construction.
Darren, I
Yes.
have a question. Kathy, did you say that this kicks in its change of service also? In other words, the tapping, quote unquote, where during stage 4, the current one says during stage 4 you can't have new service, right?
That's what it currently says.
And that means that if it was if someone sold the restaurant to some new person, that would be new service, the way it's currently written.
Well, not really, if it's just a new account. Because if
So
it's an
anytime so that's a new account, not a new service.
not really, because the service was there and they're not, if it's a restaurant, stay in a restaurant.
So so that would be a change of account, but it's still a service.
Correct.
Okay, then that I don't have an issue with that. I was worried about a person owns a rent property and they have a new tenant come in. That's not a change of service. That's just a change of account.
Right. If you notice at the end of the accounts, there's a dash in like 00 or 01.
Yeah.
There's some of them that are 68 and 70 and so forth, because that's how many times the property has been a new account.
And you have to note that for the record that Artie just left the room.
I do say that he's the actual mayor and I'm only the elected one, yeah.
Does Bob need a break?
Okay, come on.
All right, so I think that what we have here, we have the infill and the new tapping, the business tapping. Infill can tap.
But wait, there's one more question about watering those new subdivisions.
Oh, yes, you're right. Well, I think that we said, okay, so the question is for somebody, and I don't think it's just for the new subdivisions, do we allow after new landscape installation, do we allow a waiver from the watering restrictions?
And so essentially, they just couldn't get fined by code compliance for watering on an off day.
Correct.
They would still pay the surcharge. They would still pay a normal rate.
And they have to submit to the city that they believe, that way code compliance knows not to fine them.
Just 10 days, is that what you said?
That's what we've been doing is 10 days. For 4 hours, 10 days, not all day or twice a day, just one time, 4 hours.
Sure. If we have conversation, yes.
I'm not for it for two reasons. I've seen them, it's an existing house, it's not even a new home. And if I want to go put in new grass, even St. Augustine, which is not designed for the Chihuahua desert that we live in, and it's just not fair.
Right.
Sorry, it's awful, so no.
Fair, okay.
Good point. We're also counting new subdivisions in this, right?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So did we discuss, so last time we discussed not requiring them to put in the sod during drought stages. Didn't we already approve that?
I believe so. To add other options. My recollection was you wanted to add xeriscaping and other options.
Or delayed installation of sod?
Can we?
I don't recall that. But.
Well, so basically, in our development agreements, developers are required to put in trees and bushes and grass on all their properties.
Yeah.
And so,
Did we stipulate anything native? I mean, because some stuff, as we all know, takes more water than others.
That
what
has
we
not
said
been
is just
stipulated.
they don't have to plant.
Okay.
I would say that is a conversation for another time,
Okay.
but absolutely a valid conversation.
Is that?
But for right now,
So you remember, Kathy, that sod specifically, it was required, and they basically said make it optional.
Two trees, right? It was in the Alsatian Oaks, I think it's 2 trees or one, at least 1 tree and sod is required.
But
I mean,
I'm
it's in,
asking you that if you recall, the last direction we got from council was to make that optional, not make it required. Is that correct?
No, it's not optional versus required because it is still required. What we had said is that they could have, like, so my daughter just bought a new house over in Bulverde, and they don't have sod in yet because they're in drought restrictions. And so they will get their sod, they will get their trees, they're required, but it's delayed. So.
Okay.
Agreed.
And add xeriscaping as an option.
I think that's a separate conversation, but I think that's.
I think that's what the direction you gave us. We shouldn't have to require that they plant sod if they wanted to use an alternative like xeriscaping. That y'all were okay with that. Is that not right?
That's what
I'm okay with that.
Oh, Laura.
Yeah. Yeah, because I
The-
turned
the-
around and added we were just looking at the new develops and I said, well, what about someone that buys their house that's already established and they want to redo their yard? And that's what brought up all this.
Okay, so, and I'm okay, if you guys want to make a decision on this right away, I would recommend on the waivers from the landscaping requirements, I would recommend going back and looking what the requirements are, why they were put in there, and making that decision more slowly. I think that would be prudent, because part of the requirements that were put in there were to guarantee long-term quality. So I think that would be a separate thing, but I think that for now, allow them to delay installation of new landscaping if we are in stage 2. So basically they get a waiver until we are out of stage 2.
And I do have one question, Kathy.
Mhm.
You can track it's a new house and they did it for 10 days.
Yes.
And then if they keep going, you can.
Right, and they all have the smart meter, and the program that we have, we can see the watering every day.
Well, and so what I heard just now is that we're going to poo-poo the 10-day watering period, but the alternate to that would be to allow the developers to have a delay. If we're in stage 2 or later, they are allowed to delay until we are out of stage 2 or later to do the new landscape installation.
Okay.
Are we okay with?
And so they're not, there's no 10-day grace period.
Right. So it's either give them a 10-day grace period, or it's tell them that they don't have to install if we're in stage 2 or later. They can delay until we're in stage 1. Yeah, absolutely.
A young family moves into a house, they've got a dirt front yard, a dirt backyard, and it's going to be difficult for the dog, the family, everything else.
Yeah. My daughter has been living that for several months, nearly a year.
I'm wondering how that will be received, but if we just cut off any new houses, it would be a problem. But
if they allowed us to do that, then great, but it does not.
I'm just curious if and I can bring this up, if we would allow like a 25% placement of sod, or 30% placement of sod in some portion
then
they
you're-
chose.
And then you're mixing it in and saying, and that's definitely an option. I think it becomes too convoluted and too much to manage.
It may, but that's why we talk about things. So
Yeah,
if you want to do
absolutely.
your front yard or something, or maybe you have some area in the back for your kids.
So you would want to do that and give them a 10-day waiver then?
I'm putting that out as something to consider if you do want to consider it.
Okay. Do we want to consider allowing them a partial, and we can do thumbs up, thumbs down?
I just want to remind you, just to go back to what we said before, hand watering is already allowed. So if they wanted to do some small amount, they could still do that. As long as, if it's manageable to hand water, they could do it. This goes back to not really whether or not they plant sod, it's whether or not they want to use their sprinkler systems, which typically has been someone who planted new something that wanted to be able to use them.
Fair enough. All right. Okay. Good point, though. All right, so do we want to allow them, I think that if you just allow them not to install, they're going to make that determination based on what the family wants to either plant partial or none until we're out of the drought. Because right now we force them to as soon as they build.
I guess there's two questions though. The first question is, right now the current policy is to give them a 10-day grace period so they can water 4 hours a day.
There is not.
It's not actually written in the policy. The policy says that.
But that's what you're doing.
Right. Scott and John are designated to make exceptions to the policy.
Okay.
So far it's been John. I was throwing him under the bus there, but he's the one that's been approving. And it's only been a few.
Yeah.
So that's one. And the second one is, so in one scenario, let's say, yes, you can water for 10 days, 4 hours a day. And then over here, the separate question is, are we going to charge them the surcharge for doing that? Yes or no? So with this.
No, they get the surcharge no matter what.
Okay. Then
the question is, do you allow, because in the development agreement, when they build a new house, it's got to have sod. It's got to have all of the landscaping in it. Do we allow them not to just say, you don't have to do this if we're in stage 2 or later? I think giving them that flexibility, they'll make the determination.
Yeah, that's fine. And then we continue to formally allow this 10-day grace, 10-day period where they're not going to get a code compliance violation if they water for 10 days after they install. But that has to be existing residences as well as new subdivisions.
But I think that we said no on the 10-day grace period.
So thumbs up, down on 10-day grace period?
I don't think we said
people
no,
here.
That's what I asked that specifically. I said, do we give them the 10-day grace period that's going to be inside and outside? And I got thumbs down.
For the fee, or both of them, you're saying no on both of them?
It's the exemption during drought conditions. It's the exemption from not being able to water. We said that the excess fees go no matter what.
Okay.
And we're just saying, because right now they'll get a code compliance, they'll get a ticket if they water with their sprinkler systems.
Yes.
And I think it's prudent for John, for staff to say, just to work around that, because we're requiring them and we're saying you have to, but then you can't. And so I think that was a good workaround for that period. And I think for the people that have already been in that and have installed, it would be prudent to allow them to continue to do that. But then giving them right now that out to say, any new ones, you don't have to install that in this time. That way you don't have to give them the.
So from here forward, no more grace periods.
Yes.
That's fine.
I think that it's probably for any of the ones that they have already installed sod in, give them the 10-day grace period and let staff make that determination, because they'll know based on the permitting and the tapping and all of the rest of that. And then for the rest of them going forward, after the ones that have been already committed to now, then just not give them that 10-day grace period, but not require them to.
Okay.
Yes? Okay. All right. So.
You getting all this right, Kathy?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think so.
I've got it all
But I'm
in
also a little confused because these people have installed irrigation systems that are going to just be there now. I mean,
We have one.
Yeah, that goes back to code compliance. We just have to be monitoring their usage, and we can also do it through their
the meter.
the AMI. Big Brother's watching your water usage.
Yes.
Patricia.
Okay. Yeah, let's take another quick break. We're going to take a break at 10:58. I'll write this up.
9:58.
9:58. It feels like 10:58. At 9:58.
Where you want.
No, Joe would do it.
Some of it probably. I think they got wrapped around the axle.
I don't know. I did come or not, what time is it going?
Hi.
I don't know because I've got the hair and the nails and I saw that and I thought, oh gosh, it's Saturday night. I've got something.
They're talking about the more you have to do that day, the more you want to go there.
I know. I want to drink right now.
I was just saying, let's see if you switch this one.
Yeah.
I don't drink during night.
Yes.
So y'all have successfully
Everything one.
turned me around on this, not turned me I'm trying to figure out what y'all are saying.
So, modified development agreement allows all.
No, we've had this list all along. Scott put it on. So they can see it. We have this list all the time now. So, no, more than likely not.
Looks like
Yes. No, thank you. So,
That is when he gave his opinion, and I asked him last time. But I don't know. And then this. We're gonna try to put it up. The attorney has not.
but they can know when.
It has to be an ordinance. Yeah, we've got to change the ordinance. But some of this stuff, I question because I think we've already.
Castro House.
We've already done
It's
it.
11 gallon.
I guess. I just-
Public Works picked it up. So they shut it off.
Well, yeah, here, right in the issue.
Yeah, that's.
And yeah, in the
All right, woman.
But I'm gonna tell you why it was.
But I don't know why, I don't honestly know why. Because I can type everyone understands why. That's actually already It's one about recording it and with the that's what I thought.
With the one you're concerned about is.
No, I'm already through that. Well, that's what I'm saying is, we don't have to have it. We don't have what your education is, what your education is. Let's do city planning, and I would draw it.
So far, it's been working. This is. We already did, so that's what they want.
That's a pending list that we've had forever. And
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm saying is that I put your overriding words.
Part of it.
I can live with it.
I hope not, because how would you won't be talking at all.
You're asking something.
Well, no, I don't.
But, I want you to think of the executive session on the